got a decent microphone in front of it. You can buy the beat from YouTube, record your record, put it on iTunes and YouTube. Your camera shooting 4K. As soon as you do that, you're in the music business. It's just how much interest you generate. Some people start to take off immediately and they get a line. Other people got to work at it until they're good. And it's not negative that you have to work at it, because an easy job is a hard job. People forget they're working. And then the people who have to work to become good enough, they have to have to work it. So they have to work, and they can sustain it because of the work that they had to do in the beginning. If you got a computer, you got a decent microphone in front of it.
Slept good. Let's get moving. Let's finish up this last leg of the ride. All right, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ed, what's up? Tanju, Tundra Air. What did you put there that message got deleted? You guys better behave yourselves. Good grief. Let's get this thing all unsteamed up. Got some rolling to do, my friend. Chesterfield. 8:15 a.m. It is 1:15 a.m. here in Wyoming. Good morning. Sam, how you doing today? How you feeling? You ready to get this day started? You ready to win the day, tackle the day, make the day yours? Let's go. That energy high. Keep that energy high. Focus on what you want, so that's what you'll end up receiving. What you perceive, you'll receive. And where your focus goes, all your energy is going to flow. You got this, my guy. All right, that's all I need to hear, man. You don't got to worry about, I'm going to be here, buddy. This is what I do. I go to work. I'm in my comfort zone right now. As they say, I'm in the pocket. Now you gotta find your comfort zone. Go get your work done. Come back and kick it. You got your business to handle. You got some business to take care of today. Go get that business taken care of, Sam. You got this, my guy. You have a great day. We are on the Eisenhower Interstate 80, headed west. Utah and Idaho. Late night driving, so it'll be smooth sailing. We got a 10 a.m. delivery. We should make it there by at least 9:45. up, man. Sir, you have a good day, a good evening. I don't know where you're at. Either way, make it a good one. Introduce you to my meteor, Mr. Chesterfield. Go look, give him a sub over there. He shows you all the fly trucks at the shows. He got a good channel, young man coming up. Let's help him out. One hand wash the face, one hand wash the other, both hands wash the face. Let's do it. We can all help each other out in this situation. Hey, have a good day at school, man. Don't forget to eat something. Eat something, keep your energy up, and focus on the work at hand. Right now, you got to go handle your business. Have a good day. Talk to you later. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure on this one, but there's super stickers and stuff like that. But I don't know how it actually works. I just know it's available. And I appreciate anything, you know.
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick's Banking Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys. The first story that I've got for you guys today is the results of 2025. Very unexpected results at that. I think going into this competition, a lot of people.
Or you can go on the site and get yourself something.
The guy that ended up winning this is actually
some protein or some multivitamins, something to keep you going, man.
South Africa.
Or lady, I don't know who I'm talking to.
Tom Stoltman came in second with 46.
Spiral 12.
Mitchell first in third place.
Go buy something from the store. Something that'll benefit you.
Reno was South Africa.
Donation's cool, but I'd rather give something to get something, you know?
And even during the first couple of days of this competition, it still seemed to be like it was going to be Tom Stoltman. But then once we got to the deadlift event, with the 18-inch deadlift, Hooper and Stoltman, they both tied. And that's where Reno surpassed them. Reno also was runner-up in the Hercules hold, which gave him an even better lead. He lost some of that lead during the Flintstone press, which cut his lead down to only 2.5 points. And then coming down to the final event, which was the Atlas Stones, which Reno did good enough that he was still able to win by just half a point, winning the overall. He was 47 and Tom Stoltman was 46.5, so a pretty close decision. But still, a lot of people seem pretty excited about this because of an unexpected result. I've been watching most of the stuff today, just various Strongman YouTube channels. And that's kind of the weird thing about World's Strongest Man that makes it a little bit harder to follow, is the fact that there's no like actual broadcast to watch during the event. It doesn't air until later. So I think all the strongmen that were there in person covering it did a huge service to trying to follow along. Particularly Eddie Hall, I think, did a great job with his coverage. But if you are a strongman fan, I'm curious to hear in the comments below, what did you think of this outcome? It sounds like for everybody, this was a pretty unexpected result. And to be completely honest, I had never even heard of Reno before this weekend's competition. So it's got to be a pretty big surprise, at least to a lot of people. Especially since Tom and Mitchell were the only two former World's Strongest Man winners in this competition. And then for a rookie to win the whole thing, pretty exciting stuff. So congratulations to Reno. And hopefully we also get to see him compete in the Arnold Strongman Classic next year. I'd love to get to see that in person. Now, next up in the news, this coming weekend, we've got another bodybuilding competition. It's going to be the Cali Pro. And Regan Grimes is one of the first big names to announce he's doing that show. He also announced he's doing the Toronto Pro. But he is doing the Cali Pro this weekend. I don't really know who else is doing it at this point. We are going to get the official contender list tomorrow night, probably around 9. But it might be an interesting opportunity for Regan, because a lot of the guys that he competed against in New York are now already qualified. Nick Walker, I don't think, has any intention of doing the Cali Pro. He won New York. He's got his Olympia qualification. I'm sure that at this point, Nick is just going to shut it down and focus on Olympia. Bonac has been already qualified, but continues to compete. So maybe, just knowing the trooper that Bonac is, maybe he does Cali just for the hell of it. But I kind of feel like Bonac might not do it, because it is kind of on the other side of the country, literally from New York. So I don't know how willing he is, considering the fact that he's already qualified for the Olympics. If you look at the shows that Bonac has done, Detroit, Pittsburgh, New York, they're all kind of in this Midwest area. So I think it might have been because they were so close together. Regan still needs that Olympic qualification, and I think at this New York Pro, I said it yesterday, I think Regan brought arguably the best look of his career. His conditioning was on point. He looked much bigger than the last time we saw him on stage. Looked like he added some quality muscle. The only thing was just that he was fading, and it looked like he was struggling towards the end of prejudging, towards the end of the finals, getting tired. And like I said yesterday, I think that probably just has a lot to do with him not competing as recently or as often as he used to. And doing 3 shows this season might help that. So maybe the more he competes, the more he's going to get used to it, and maybe get that Olympic qualification. But I am very impressed with the package that Regan brought to New York. Outstanding physique. And I believe Toronto is June 8th. So Regan would do Cali, essentially skip a weekend, because the Legion show will be the week after Cali, the weekend after Cali. So it looks like he's going to skip Legion, take that week off, and then go into Toronto. Toronto, he might have a better chance of winning, depending on who does this Cali shows in New York or maybe in Pittsburgh. Crizzo is another guy to consider here. Crizzo still needs that Olympic qualification, and he did wind up placing ahead of Regan Grimes in New York. But Crizzo had said way ahead of time that he was doing Pittsburgh and New York. He didn't say anything about Cali. I think he mentioned he was going to do some of the European shows, or at least one of the European shows, to try to get his qualification for the Olympia there, if he doesn't get it in Pittsburgh and New York, which he did not. So I don't know that Crizzo is going to do the Cali show either. And I saw a video earlier today of Steve Weinberger helping Crizzo with his posing. I think this is one thing that is really cool about Steve. I've seen him do this with a lot of guys. And I think that Crizzo is a guy that really needs it, because he's got an insane physique, but his posing, I think, just needs a lot of work. And for Steve being a judge as long as he has, to give Crizzo these pointers, I think it's very valuable to him. I think it does. I really do think that Crizzo's posing is at such a level that I think it actually does hurt his score. And I think it's not only just him being shaky in the poses, not only just him not hitting the poses long enough, but some of the poses, I think he just doesn't even hit the right way, and he's not showing off his physique to the best of his ability, and I think that does really hurt him. And then if you look at Sas Harati's latest pose, he placed 5th at the New York Pro. He's done the Cali Pro before, so I think he's going to do it again, because he ends that caption with "Let's keep going." He did Vivo, he did Detroit, sat out Pittsburgh, but I think it's pretty clear that he's competing for his Olympia qualification as well. That's why he's doing so many shows. That seems to be his goal. I think we'll probably see him in Cali, but again, we're not going to have to speculate for too long. We're going to see the competitor list at some point tomorrow. But so far, I think we'll see Sauce. I think we'll see Regan. I don't know about Bonac. I just don't think he needs to do it. Again, it's a lot of traveling between shows to go all the way to Cali. I just don't know. But Crizzo, I think maybe, like I said, going into New York and Pittsburgh, Crizzo had said way ahead of time he was doing the show. He didn't say anything about Cali, so I'm not sure. And the final story that I've got for you guys today, Nick Walker responds to the hate that he's getting from the fans. He put up this post with the caption, Nick Talker, his career is over. Everybody has surpassed him. He'll never be able to catch up. He's had too much downtime. He looks the same as always. Keep it coming. That's where I shine the best. And as we go into the Olympia this year, like I said, I don't think Nick is going to do any other shows. I think he's going to shut it down and go straight to the Olympia. He did an interview after New York. I believe it was with Tony Doherty, where he said his goal is to put on 4 or 5 pounds of more muscle before the Olympia. He wants to bring down his midsection more, and he wants to come in better condition. So it sounds like that's what's next for him, is working on those things before the Olympia. So I will say, I do think, as good as Nick looked in New York, I still think he looked slightly better in Pittsburgh. And one thing that kind of stood out to me in New York, I thought his midsection looked a little bit worse than it looked in Pittsburgh. And it felt like his abs weren't as deeply carved out. I wouldn't say he was like super distended or anything, but in Pittsburgh, it looked like he had a lot more detail in his abs and chunks like the abs and thighs, and it looked a little bit less so here in New York. So I'm glad that he acknowledged that in that interview, that that's something he needs to work on in the Olympia, because I do think that's an important thing for him to try to step up even beyond the improvements that he's already made. And you know, a lot of people have been saying that's one of the main differences between him and Derek that might have given Derek the edge, is the midsection. It really affects the aesthetics of the physique, and that was kind of the edge that's very noticeable between Derek and Nick. So if you had to pick one, that might be the thing that's like a game-changing body part. So if Nick can bring it down at all, or control it any better, or show any more ab definition, any minor change that makes the midsection better, I think it's really important for Nick, because I don't think it's just people pointing it out to hate on Nick. I think it's a genuine thing that might be holding him back. And I do think if you look at comparisons between last year's New York Pro and this year's, I think Nick has made tremendous steps at controlling it, bringing it down, having better control. He has definitely improved, but I still think that he could tweak it a little bit to make it even better. And another thing I would really like to see Nick do, I want to see Nick back on the Arnold Classic stage. I honestly can't imagine he would pass it up in the 750 because here's the thing, Nick is stacking up a resume that if he wins the Olympia, he's starting to have a resume that other Mr. Olympia champs just don't have. The 3 New York Pro titles, and he's already got an Arnold Classic win. If he wins another one, and he somehow manages to win the Olympia, that's a really impressive resume. If he had 2 Arnolds, 3 New York Pros, and someday maybe an Olympia title, you know, Samson Dowda doesn't have a New York Pro title, Nick has 3. Derek Lunsford doesn't have a New York Pro title, Nick has 3. And as far as Arnold Classic titles, Derek has 1, Samson has 1, Hottie has 1. I'm talking about the Ohio show specifically. If Nick gets another one, in addition to those 3 New York Pro titles, it would put him in a really interesting position. If he wins an Olympia title, he would have a really impressive resume behind that. But anyway, I'm going to wrap up the video there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification icon if you have not already. And as always, I love you guys, appreciate you guys. Big strength and power, signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at NickStrengthPower. my Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power, my secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel, and consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Pokemon, which is all things Pokemon and trading card games, completely unrelated to this channel, so if you're into that.
FanDuel Casino is the only place where you can play Huff and even more Puff. So get ready for even more mega hat win.
This Lamborghini Revolto used to look like this. £425,000 later, it now looks like this. But ever since I've owned this car, I've never been able to start it. But we're hoping today we'll be able to do it. Okay, so just so we're all on the same level now, this Revolto has a V12 naturally aspirated engine. Attached to that, there's an electric motor at the back and 2 electric motors at the front of the car. And then there's a huge 300-volt battery which connects that all together. But when this car gets in an accident and the airbags deploy, it sends a crash signal to the computer which is attached to the battery to tell it not to send power to the rest of the car to prevent any fires in an accident. Now the issue is, this car doesn't have a starter motor. It uses the electric motor at the back to turn the engine to start the car. So without power from that battery, we can't start the engine. It's completely dead. Oh my god, you still can't do it. So despite us changing all the airbags and rebuilding the entire car, no one has been able to reverse this crash shut-off data which is on the computer for the battery. And it appears that Lamborghini themselves haven't even developed the software to enable that crash data to be reversed yet. Technically, Lamborghini's fix for this right now is to buy a whole new battery, which comes with that battery junction box at the front of the car. That's their fix. That's £35,000, and even then, there's no guarantee that that is actually going to work. But we're hoping we can do it without it. First off, because it's hybrid, and that's our issue, and because we're about to start messing with the hybrid battery, we're going to isolate it by plugging out this. So when we unplug that, now that should stop the hybrid battery from electrocuting us. We hope. Okay, this is the full hybrid battery. Lamborghini want us to replace this full hybrid battery, but we know the battery's fine. There's been no damage to the battery in the accident. There's literally been no damage. The damage only went as far as about here on the front subframe. So the battery's fine. The issue is the ECU, the computer which controls the battery, that's been shut off, stopping the power going from the battery to the rest of the car, and that's the reason why we can't start the car. But let's get to the source of the issue and we're going to see what we can do about it. Now the simple solution will be just to replace this junction box at the front of the battery which controls the computer for that battery, which has the crash data stored on it. But that's not a possible solution because Lamborghini won't sell this junction box separately. But we've got a plan. We just need to remove this junction box again so we can access that computer. Here we go. Again, here it is. Loads of electronics on it, but the main thing is that computer there. That is what's got the crash data stored on it. Inside here is saying, no, it's not safe to start. And when we plug into the actual OBD reader in the car underneath the dashboard, we can't actually cancel the crash data off it through the OBD because it's like a security block. It don't let you do it. Now we think, we hope, we've got a nerd that's going to come down and instead of trying to talk to this through the car, he's going to speak to this directly. Here is our nerd. Well, he's not really a nerd, he's part of the airbag team, but he's pretty good at his job. He's come down to the unit to try and help, and the first thing he's told us is open up this ECU. We're going to see if there's any familiar chips that are inside it that he recognises. Is that good?
Infineon TC275. It's the same as the BMW iX3s, i3s, i4s.
Is that good?
Potentially, yeah. I'll be able to read it anyway.
How are you going to read that?
I'll also have to take it,
Yeah.
work out to pin out for it, and then
Let's hope, yeah. How long do you reckon it'll take?
don't know.
Okay.
I'll be able to obviously.
See you tomorrow. Good news. So this chip right here is used in loads of other electric cars, like the BMWs. Now, as the airbag team have dealt with this chip before, they might be able to talk to it directly to wipe off that crash data. So I waited to hear the news, and finally, we got it.
My first oyster. That's good. It's cold. We're in. I'm so excited.
So we're stuck. This thing is locked. Nobody can get in it. Not even Lamborghini themselves can get in it. So they've basically made a disposable battery management system. So as soon as it goes into the crash mode, you can't get it out of it unless they develop the software to get it out. We don't know when that's going to be. The longer I wait, the more the value of that goes down. So we've had to give it. We've been left with no choice here. We've tried absolutely everything. And now it was either have a Lamborghini ornament or take the risk of buying a new battery. £35,000. This kind of feels like one of the worst scams ever. I've tried to explain to Lamborghini, we don't need the battery. The battery hasn't had any form of accident. All we need is that battery management system, which they won't sell separately. So we've ended up with the battery, which includes that battery management system. But now we've got to make the decision on whether we just fit the battery management system to our old battery, because I have no idea how to fit this battery or what this battery is going to look like, and then get this battery management system working with our old battery to prove Lamborghini that you don't need a new battery when this car crashes. Or do we just fit the whole thing because I paid for the whole thing? I'm going to make that decision once I open this box and see what it kind of looks like and how we've got to fit it. I guarantee I was the first person ever to buy one of these. The thing is, Lamborghini have told us this might not even be a guaranteed fix.
Go.
Just like everything else electric on the car, it's got to be coded to the car. Yeah. But of course my battery's already coded to the car. That's why I was thinking of taking the BMS module of this battery and putting it on my battery.
That's right.
And maybe we'd avoid the coding that way. But it's a bit of a risk. And to add to all of that risk, Lamborghini have told us that they might not even be able to code this battery to my car, because that software might not have even been developed yet. But this is our last resort. Now I'm thinking, because so in what I was thinking was that there was no electrics in that battery. It was just cells. It was just power. But Lamborghini have said that possibly that control module was coded to that battery, and that might be the reason why they don't sell that BMS separately. And I wasn't expecting the battery to come up like this. I didn't think that's how it works. So those electric, there must be some sort of electrics in here, because that the white plug in that thing goes into something there. I think we change it. I think we're going to change it and try it. But it's all these. I don't remember any of these. And all these hoses. We've filled all the coolant stuff up, haven't we? It looks like it's bolted from underneath. From what we can see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 16 bolts holding this battery in, and then one big electrical plug at the back going to the back motor, and one big electrical plug at the front going to the front motor. That is it. Technically, this shouldn't be on. Okay, I'm going to try and change the full battery over. Let's see how this goes. Okay, yeah, there is electrics inside the battery, because that little white plug there, like these are just power lines, and that white one is some kind of communication. So, okay, I'm down for changing the whole battery. We've just got to figure out how we do this. This is literally only specially trained high voltage technicians can do this. So, like at first, I thought you couldn't unbolt anything under here, but it must be under these.
They're like little bonnet things.
They must come out or something. I don't understand them. I think we've got to do it. I want to see if it starts after this without any coding from Lamborghini. First step is to try and remove these little grommets so we can access, hopefully, the bolts underneath them. Let's go. Okay, so they're triple X. We definitely should be trained to doing this. I think changing over that full battery with the battery management system connected to it is our best option. If I start swapping things over, I could run the risk that the new battery management system could get crash data on it. And once we've got crash data on it, we know what happens then. We can't get it off. Right now, I'm removing the coolant temperature sensors and the 2 coolant lines which feed and return the coolant from it. Once we drain the coolant out of it, it's on to the next step. Next off, the rear tray so we can access the plug at the back of the battery. Now, as I mentioned at the start of the video, there's an electric motor at the back and 2 electric motors at the front, which means there's an electric plug at the back of the battery and an electric plug at the front. We've got to remove both of them. And they're on with these safety latches, which I'm removing now. Don't put your fingers on that. Battery, fuel tank. Pretty close to it, isn't it? I covered over the terminals with a little bit of tape, just for safety. And then I can remove the ground wire from the battery. This seems pretty self-explanatory. Okay, ground wire. Oh, it looks like now it's just about ready to come down. Right, so here goes nothing.
Every season is the same debate. Who's the greatest baller of all time? Maybe it's time for a new debate. The GOAT debate. Who is the greatest cash backer of all time? Let's debate again. With pro-plane sport, incredible happens here.
Jay, what up, yo?
But it starts here. Pro-plane.
We're going to try and lower it. And we're going to get it onto this Peter Tools box. This is not how they do it at factory.
Do you think Lamborghini are going to see this video?
Yeah, because they probably ain't done this themselves. Like the only person to put a Revolto battery in is going to be the person or machine that put it in from the factory. No one else is going to put one in. No way. Lamborghini were even reluctant to sell a battery of this size to a member of the public, especially knowing they're going to attempt to fit it themselves. So we got fairly lucky there, but realistically, who's going to say no to selling a £35,000 battery? We just got to hope this solution works. The final couple bolts now are holding it in, and then all the weight should be resting onto this toolbox then. I've then got to make sure it's all clear, and Matt's going to lift up the ramp, and hopefully it'll leave the battery in place, sitting on top of that toolbox. And it looks like we've successfully done it.
Yeah.
The battery's out.
Oh, the battery out. Wow. We've just made the Revolto lighter. The battery's out. We did it.
On the crash test, the crash
There
data
it
is still
is.
on the computer though.
We got a battery out
And then
with
you
no
set your new
training
computer. You set your new battery.
and no help. And that is what a £35,000 battery looks like. And if you crash it, what are they going to do with that? That's not good for the earth. This is actually anti-green universe, green planet, really, because if you crash a car, you just replace the airbags and everything and get it back on the road. But the Revoltos, you're now going to have to dispose of a lithium-ion battery, which is not good. This is going to be fine in here, like the battery cells are going to be fine. So whether they can recycle that, we should have had an exchange rate with that one and that one.
Yep.
Okay, now we've got to do the swap. Removing it's one thing, fitting it is the most important part. We've got to get this right. I don't know whether I should try and start it without Lamborghini trying to code it. I don't know. Part of me wants to try it. But part of me is thinking, will it trigger the crash data again if it's not cleared? I'm going to try it. We've got it. There's no way we're fitting this full battery and not trying to start it afterwards. Even though Lamborghini have told us it does need to be coded to the car. First step is do everything we've just done, but in reverse. We lower the ramp down onto the toolbox and we're whacking in 2 bolts at the front and 2 bolts at the back. That should just be enough to hold the battery to the car. Then we can lift the ramp back up in place.
Okay.
Now, let's put the rest of the bolts in. All 18 of them. I'm going to tighten these down. Once they're all tightened in, we can then reinstall the grommets, pushing them into place. Not forgetting to put on the ground strap. Tighten that onto the battery. Then the big plug at the back, lock that down into place. And then we're onto the front. That one done. Now the front one. Attach the 2 coolant hoses, the temperature sensors, a bracket which holds the wiring, and then the 2 electric plugs can plug into it, and there's 1 black electrical plug which are all the communication wires to the rest of the body of the car. And that, I think, is done. We've successfully installed a Revolto battery. Everything is in. I've not put all the trays on or anything like that because if we are going to have to take it to Lamborghini, I think they do a lot of tests on the wires before they code the battery to the car. What I'm going to try now is just plug it all in, put the 12 volt on. We probably shouldn't, but I'm going to give it a go. And if it doesn't work and something breaks, I know a lot of you guys are going to be like, well, you shouldn't have tried it. But if it does start, we could be a hero. Let's try it. Here goes nothing then. First off, let's connect the 12 volt battery. Okay. Battery on. I'm then going to go and top up
Let's
the
go,
coolant for the
Armstrong,
battery
let's go.
system. This is in
Got
a
this.
separate reservoir at the back. I don't want to risk anything. If the car does start, I don't want that new battery to overheat. Now we're nearly ready to go. If there's a time to subscribe, then it's now. We can reactivate the hybrid by pushing in this clip. And let's do it.
Are you going to do the honours?
I'm going to do the honours because he's too scared to sit in and press the button, just in case it works and the airbag's still on.
To be honest,
I pulled the short straw.
yeah, I'm comfortable here to be honest.
So Liam's going to be the guy to do it. Let's hope this all works. See what drive system fault. See, look, we've got loads of fuel, but now our battery's on the minimal. And look, it says, it doesn't know how many miles with it. So that says to me, that hasn't got communication with the battery at the minute because it doesn't know how many miles it's got on there. We've had that before when we put the ignition on and we had the battery, the hybrid unplugged, so I don't think it's talking to it, but it's worth a try. Right.
Currently it's in at 25%, so it's read that, but is it the fact that it hasn't got enough charge to then read the mileage?
Maybe. It's all an unknown in the minute. The most we could do is just try. Here we go.
Yeah.
And put your foot on the brake. Come on. Yeah, please. Go. Next thing we could try is clear all the faults of my auto and then try it. That's worth a try. So that's the plan. Liam's going to plug in the diagnostic tool and I was going to read all the codes, and because we've disconnected the battery we might have a lot of them. So it's worth clearing them before we try again. Right, loads of faults, but the battery's been disconnected, so I'm just going to clear faults. The main fault that we're looking to have cleared is that crash shutoff fault. If that's still there, then it's really bad news. Let's see if that crash shut-off is still on. So if that's on, we know we can't start it. I think that was either in gateway or electronic drive. No. And it's good news. There are still some active faults in the battery system, but none say crash shut off like what it did before. This crash shut off triggered fault. So it should start. Try again. Try again. I've cleared everything I can clear. Switch the ignition off first. Send it. Go on. Foot on the brake and come on. Nothing. Okay. Let's try and charge that hybrid then. Oh. Is that started? That's the noise. That started it. Is that started? Flick it into engine. I'm in performance and sport. Flick it. You're in hybrid, didn't you? Flick it into quarter.
It's in first then.
No, because it won't go in first. There is a gearbox fault on the car which stop it from going into first.
What is that horrible noise?
But when Liam tries to put it in first, well, it sounds like the hybrid part of the car tries to start up or move.
What's it saying?
But it won't stay in first gear. I went to trick the car to think the bonnet was latched, just in case it needs to be latched to move.
Right.
Try again. But we can't go into first or anything, can we? Like, don't even allow you to go into first gear because it's got some gearbox fault.
I think let's put some charge in it and see what that does.
Try the charge, yeah, let's try the charge. Okay, so what do you have to do to charge these? The charging point is at the front of the car. We managed to borrow a charger because our one was broken and we're just going to plug it in and hope.
This is the first time you've used an electric charger?
Yeah, I've never used one. This feels really unnatural, especially on a Lamborghini. But if it's going to get the car to start, I'm not going to complain. So, we waited for it to charge up. Forgot, yeah, we still need to put some things in the front, but I don't think they're going to stop us from starting it. I don't think that daytime running light here, on that side is unplugged. That ain't going to stop us from starting it. We've got a ambient air temperature sensor, which is here. That won't stop us from starting it. It'll probably just bring an engine light on the dash. And then like, there's a lot of stuff which isn't coded to the car, like the rear wheel steering, the dampers, and then we've got a gearbox fault which is stopping us from going into first gear, or any gear for that matter. We don't know why. I was just worried that is stemmed ever since we put the exhaust on. It's got nothing to do with it, but we were just around the gearbox area. But who knows? After about half an hour, we pulled the charge. I think we need an Lamborghini then. Great. Well, I think we've got crash shut-off thing on. I think. Which is good. And now the airbag module has lost communication. The hybrid, which I think is a coding issue. So, but it's good that it's now showing charge and it's now showing 2 miles. 2 miles range there. So why is that starting? It must be the coding issue. Okay, that didn't work. So we've got Lamborghini coming here, and they're going to do some coding so that they can get it to work. But in the meantime, I've got to put this whole car together so they can't moan that something's unplugged and that's why it doesn't work. We need no excuses. So, let's go.
Get ready for even more reasons to celebrate, because Huffman Even More Puff has come exclusively to FanDuel Casino, and it's packing
No excuses. So, let's go. Now there's a fair amount of things that I have left on. I left one finish on this Revolta. There were some parking sensors out the bumper, some trims out the front bumper, and all of which the parts have arrived now, so I can start putting them together. But none of these parts that I'm adding to the car, I thought would ever affect the car from starting. There's nothing to do with any startup procedure which I'm adding. You see here, I'm just adding under trays. But whilst I was doing this, me and my dad got a little curious as to what's actually inside one of these Lamborghini batteries. Again, it's an old battery. Now what I'm interested to know is actually what's in them. And I know we shouldn't. That thing where, do you know when you were a kid and like you see the TV remote together because you want to see what's in it? I want to do the same with this. The top cover of the battery was held together with loads of screws. Once we removed all of them, we can lift the cover off. Oh my god. To reveal, well, not much. That's like all individual cells then. That's the cell, that's the computer for it. That's the cell, that's the computer for it. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you actually get 6 batteries for the price of 1, which is good. Yeah, it's only really loads of small little batteries, which that's meant to how much power they output. So there's actually what looks like 6 individual battery cells, all connected in line to power the electric motors on this Revolta. Put it back. That information didn't really help us at the minute.
What do you expect to be in there?
More than that. I put back in all the screws to hold the top cover in, and then me and my dad got back to work on finishing the rest of the Revolta off. There was a broken wire for the wheel speed sensor on the back left, which my dad was sorting out, and I took the rear bumper off to install some more trims which were missing on it, and then we had to adjust the spoiler to make sure it all lined up with the bodywork. Again, none of this that we're doing now we thought would ever affect the car starting up or going into gear. But oh, was I wrong. We have just about done the kind of final bit off of the Revolta. There's a few final things that I want to do, but pretty much that is the final fit. Yes, it is a lot of different shades of white, which we will need to get painted, but obviously top list on our priorities to get this thing started. So all of this is now all in, and we've got all the art signs in, a lot of the under trays on. We have left some under trays off because Lamborghini have said if it has to go to them for them to code it, then they need the under trays off so they can test them actually before they say it's okay to go. But watch this as well. Since we've plugged everything all in, we now look, we're in park. Yes, look, we can actually get neutral now, and it stays in neutral since everything's plugged in. The battery's a bit low, the battery's drained a bit. Whether all that stuff all plugging in and everything is going to make it start, I don't know. It's worth a try. I don't think it's going to work. But the battery is really low, it's in the red now, so it has been draining while sitting there. I don't think it's going to go because we've only put some more stuff in, but we're going to try. Go. Gearbox malfunction. No reverse gear. But I was able to put the car in neutral and it stayed there. I'm in neutral. Can I go into first? E. Yeah. I'm in E. Creeping not available. I'm in E. It's working. Yeah, I might be able to drive. Oh, I'm back in neutral. It's draining the battery. That was running. Well, not the engine. But no, the nose lift has gone up, so I get the ramp out. This might work. If it drives forward, it's working. But that sounded like it was on, didn't it? Not the engine. I thought it was a radio couple. Do you know, like, even if it just drives around in electric. We haven't put all this in yet because, again, apparently they might need to get to all of that, so we have left all this out. I'm gonna give it a bit of charge because it's on naught. So plugging everything on seems to have fixed the gearbox fault to an extent. It still says we have no reverse gear, and the reverse gear is done purely by the electric motor. So there still is some kind of fault in there. But like, does it need to, do you know, sometimes these you need to roll it and then it bump starts it. So like it like almost bump started. So we left the car on charge in hopes that the next time that we start it, we'll be able to put it in first gear, roll it forward, which might actually bump start the V12. Oh, we're well in the white here. The battery seems charged enough. Start button. Let's do it. I'm in E. That's me revving it.
So it registers that you're revving it,
Yeah.
it won't move.
Right, moving it. Go in there.
So what would it do? So if you put it in
That's what it
first,
sounds like, revving an electric car.
We've had enough of Larry Krasner. After nearly 8 years, we're less safe, we're less secure, and Krasner is to blame. On May 20th, vote him out.
It's here. The Memorial Day mattress sale is going on now at Raymore and Flanagan Sleep Center.
at least it makes some kind of noise.
There's some progress. It's registering my throttle, but the car won't move forward when I put it into gear. It says creeping not available. The only thing is that it doesn't have reverse gear. That's gonna be it, yeah? Reverse gear is the front motors, and when it pulls along on electric mode, the front motors ain't working. So the front motor's not working properly. Invalid data received from coolant temperature control unit. Invalid data received from drive motor A. Invalid data received from drive motor B. Invalid data received from drive motor C.
Well, at least we've got drive motor D if he's got one.
I think there's only 3 in there.
Oh, we ran it ahead.
That's the reason why we're not moving forward. This is it. 40% battery charge, 90% fuel. Well, looks like it's down to Lamborghini. At least we can rev it.
Get out and let Tony rev your car, it sounds sick to my ear.
Oh, yeah. Whoa! What?
What did you do? What did you press?
What did you do? It went forward. It's on the handbrake.
Take the handbrake off, take the handbrake off.
Actually lunge forward. Turn it off and do it again. It's like it moved before it did the checks. No matter what we did, we could not get. How did it move? What? Whatever my dad did to get that car to lunge forward, no matter how many times we tried, until. Oh! The handbrake was on! The handbrake was on!
The handbrake was on last time when I did it.
Yeah, but what did I do then? Stupid electric Lamborghinis. Well, it looks like the option now is to call Lamborghini and get charged £40 million.
Going to Idaho.
Let's do that. Close. But we're not there yet. Thankfully, Lamborghini have come out and they're going to see if they can code the battery to the car. But before they do it, they have to run through a load of safety checks. We've just got everything crossed this works. So Lamborghini are here at the minute and they're trying to code the battery to get it going. We can't film them. They don't want to be filmed, but they do want to do the work, which is good for us and also bad for you guys because you can't see what's going on. But from what we know, before they're allowed to code the battery to the car, they have to go and test every single high voltage wire to make sure that there's no breaks in it and everything is all good. So I think he's going to do the test first and he's going to call us in if it's about time to start or if it does start. Fingers crossed. As soon as we get called in, we'll take you guys with us. Come on. But after a long wait, it wasn't good news. You ain't gonna believe it. Lamborghini have come to send their best technician out. Look at it. Okay. 75% battery charge, 90% fuel.
Let's say that we happy.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. With no annual fee. Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
UPS helped grow my business. Packages from my home office killers straight to the bank.
No way! They clickbaited us. I don't. Do you think they know?
He literally just come in and was like, guys, it's bad news, it's not going to start, we're going to have to take his Lamborghini Italy. We were planning a trip right now just to go to Italy.
Yeah, because like he literally said he's getting the same codes. He can't get it off, and he's waiting to hear back from Italy. But I'm not sure. He seems so genuine when he said that. I'm not sure he even knows that it works because he's never tried it. The car started, but the big question now is, would it actually drop?
It doesn't move. It won't move.
No. Creeping not available, the same thing. It doesn't go into first, and it don't move.
That's so strange.
The electric is not working. We need to solve the next issue. We're slowly progressing, isn't we? We're slowly getting there. Whether it needs going into for the I could not consume any food right now, but as it's lunchtime, a white food is the best thing to have as a meal replacement drink, because it's got all the vitamins and minerals it needs. And this one is a Matt Armstrong one, and we've got Kevin on there. We're going to have a huge moment now. I'll turn it off and see if it turns back on. Before we do that, I need to take a sip of this. Oh my god. I'm shaking. I'm shaking that turned on. Off it goes. So it's a meal replacement drink. It replaces one of your meals throughout the day. We'd be out for breakfast, dinner, lunchtime, whatever it may be. People like me are constantly on the go, or if you say you're a builder and you're working away from home and you don't want to grab any fast food at lunchtime, it's a perfect meal replacement drink. That's a perfect thing for it. And on top of that, there's loads of different flavours to choose from. My favourite one is Happy Banana, hence why we got the Matt Armstrong edition in Happy Banana, but there's only limited numbers of these. Has this given us the power to restart it?
I think it's going to go.
I think it'll go again.
All my flavours are restored at this time.
If it does, everyone gets a discount code for all these. Here we go. Get the discount code.
It's not going. You don't go. It's not. No, that's exactly what I did last time. Oh no.
No, I had my 10 hours of sleep. I was done around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and I ate and went right to bed and woke up by 1 and got back at it. I'm fully rested. We got a little bit of night driving to do. Yeah, Jesse, thanks for the lookout, man. Definitely.
And remember, this white food has 26 vitamins and minerals in it. It's high in fibre, high in protein, lactose-free, gluten-free, and there's no added sugar. Get 20% off one of these. Discount code on the screen right now. Maybe after I've done that, after I've just said that, it's going to go again now. And if it does, no one's going to believe it. Right, open the door, close the door. Just start it straight away and trip it. That's what we did last time. All I did was do that and then wait. It says ready. Unbelievable. Yeah! I can't deal with this car. What are we going to do with this car? You can't have a car that starts sometimes, starts that you don't know why. Unbelievable, Ken. Unbelievable. Okay, so the next step is to try and get this car to move forward. Now, the minute you can see, creeping's not available. You ever watched Hot Fuzz? Yeah, where it goes. What we should do is go to the Winchester, have a pint and wait for it all to blow over. So it's still not right, but it is. But it seems to be out of our hands. We've done everything we could possibly do to this car. And it's now in the hands of like computer nerds. Like we've done everything mechanically wrong. I can't see anything that we've done wrong. We check the coolant now. Let's check the coolant levels. Then we'll evaluate what we're going to do next. Now after taking a look, both coolant reservoirs have held coolant, and there was no need to top it up any further. But what I did need to do is continue building the rest of the car. That included all the front top, the seals at the front, and the wiper blades, because now we've got to get this car as good as done. That's the front end complete, then the car can go in the air, and all the under trays and the panels can be put on underneath. We can do this now because Lamborghini have done all the tests on the wires and give us the all clear. But we are going to need Lamborghini for the next part. At least I thought I did.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to crow out loud. With FDA.
I thought I did.
You're trying to bait me in.
Let's attempt to get this out of the unit.
I know who lives in a pineapple under the sea.
All together.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
We're going to get it out of the way for the first time ever since this car.
I don't know why that made me so happy just now. Yo, thanks for that.
I don't know why. Doing all sorts of weird things, but I think, if we start it up as fast as we can and whack it into gear before it does all the checks, we might be able to just send it outside. It's worth a try. We're just going to try and trick it, but we've got to get it outside for the next step. Here we go. Oh, handbrake. Whoa! Yes! Go! He's driving! You got nothing else? A little wheel spin. Look, you've actually left 11s in the unit. Oh, yeah! Right, okay, I think I've got it. We're nearly outside. It seems I'm able to trick the system by starting it and get it into gear as fast as possible before the system does its checks. It's tunnel! And look at that. Made it out the unit. Surprise! We cheated it! It's actually made it out the unit. Look at that! It's made it outside! And an orthodox way, but yes, the revolto made it out with its own power. And that says a lot, being the state that it arrived at the unit. It might not be perfect, and it might not be driving just yet, but we've taken some massive leaps already. So here's the situation. We have got, well, at least 4 steps closer to actually driving and finishing this car, but it's out of our hands now. Lamborghini have been told that Lamborghini Italy will not send the correct code in for this car until this car is inside a Lamborghini main dealership. Because no one's ever fitted a battery to a car like this before, and they've never fitted a Revolto battery, they want to make sure it's 100% right. If they do it inside my unit and something went wrong, say the battery set on fire and then set fire to my unit, that's a big claim on the side of Lamborghini. So they want to make sure it's 100% right, so for that reason it needs to go to the Lamborghini dealer. I don't know what they're going to charge for this, but we literally have no other choice. So for now, this car is getting on the trailer and going to Lamborghini, and we can only hope that they can sort it. If they haven't, we are well and truly done for. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. What are we going to do with this car? It's not good. It's not good for like anyone's, like, it's not good for mental health, is it?
New Supermop Deluxe with the new locking head. Getting into tight spaces is simple.
Try Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
So today we got 3 topics. I just got back, got on a red eye, got back from Los Angeles, and we heard Gene Soroka from Trade Tech 2025. You know, Matt Sharp, the CEO of Harbor Trucking Association, invited me. Just want to give you that update. Second, I thought this was interesting from Aurora. We know we talked about complete self-driving trucks here. They want to actually get a driver back in the seat per PACCAR Inc. And third, you know, Todd Spencer, president of OIDA, has something he wanted to announce to all 150,000 members and all truck drivers out there about English proficiency. So let's get into today's video. What's going on, my truckers? Welcome to My Truck News. Email us at mytrucknews@gmail.com. So just got back this morning, took a red eye from Los Angeles, got back, super tired, but here for you guys. Matt Sharp, the CEO of Harbor Trucking Association, invited me to their conference at Trade Tech 2025. And the reason why I wanted to go was to learn more about what's going on with all the truck drivers in the ports. Of course, you know, these tariffs, I know we're at a pause right now, and who to better learn and get information from than Gene Soroka. He is the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles, and he was the guest speaker there. So I'm gonna show an image here so that you guys can see that, but I want to get the information right out of the lion's mouth himself, right? And so basically, this is the update. We know there's a 90-day pause. So this is what Gene Soroka said. He said 10% baseline on all imports from all trading partners, 25% tariff on all autos and auto parts, 25% tariffs on countries that get oil from Venezuela, 25% on steel and aluminum, 25% on Canada and Mexico for non-USMCA compliant goods, and 10% on non-USMCA compliant energy, 30% from the 145% on most goods from China until at least August 10th, and reciprocal tariffs pause to July 8th. So that is the updated on that from Gene Soroka himself. Now, this right here is pretty interesting. Let me know what you guys think about this right here, right? I had a truck driver send me this from Transport Topics, and it says here, Aurora reverses course, puts human back in driver's seat. So just a couple days ago, they were just so happy that they got 2 semi-trucks on the road where there was no driver in the seat, and there was someone just hanging out in the bunk.
there was a picture here of one of their executives in the truck. And so, you know, this is interesting. It says, decision to move observer from the rear of the cabin into the driver's seat was made at request of manufacturer PACCAR. So PACCAR wants Aurora to put a truck driver back in the driver's seat because they deem that to be unsafe. The trucks will still be operated by Aurora Driver Autonomous System, but a person will be able to intervene if needed. There you go, people. So, you know, PACCAR, they want a driver back in that seat. So, hey, I'll give you guys more developing story as it happens. But good on you, PACCAR. And I thought I would share this right here. Todd Spencer, the president of OOIDA, wanted to share this public announcement to over 150,000 members that they have. Let me know, what are your thoughts about this? But anytime anything affects truck drivers,
without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're going to share it.
Hey there. It's always a good day when you get to share some great news, and we have some. I'm Todd Spencer, president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Yesterday was a really big step toward a meaningful improvement to highway safety for everyone. As some of you may know, back in March, OOIDA petitioned the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance to put the non-compliance with 391.11, the English proficiency standard, back into the out-of-service criteria. It was CVSA that made the decision to drop the out-of-service requirement back in 2015. CVSA's spring workshop was this week in New Orleans, and we had boots on the ground, ready to compel CVSA to act on that petition. Not surprisingly, our petition got a big boost from an executive order signed by President Trump on Monday. The issue at hand in that executive order was enforcement of the English proficiency standard.
Overall, and new IFBB Pro number 72, Tyler Malvo.
Good morning, guys. What is up? It's show day. This is why am I whispering? This is what I'm looking like. I just brushed my teeth, washed my face, wet rinse. She's gone. And I did my hair whenever I come back from doing my makeup. Then I'll pull my hair down and stretch it and do check-ins and stuff. My makeup appointment is at 4:40, so this is how we're going, like this, exactly like this. I did my skincare. Let me show you a full, this is my full body skin, this ratchet ass backdrop. I really like this hotel at all. There's no waste. I don't know how much I weigh this morning. I haven't checked. I guess I could check. Yeah, let me do that. As you guys see how much I weigh, I'm 127.6. I just texted my coach and told him how much I weigh. He said perfect. Turn apartment. It's 4:30. Let's go get this makeup done. Gotta take the thingy. Let's go. I do give school. Sorry if the camera is not focusing. I'm on my other camera, you know, she takes a little minute to focus, but they don't see my face. I've been so tired. It's literally 4:31. I woke up at like 4:10, but I went to bed. I don't know. I slept good though. Surprisingly, I slept good. But this is where we're to look at it. So maybe something about y'all know me and makeup. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like it. But I'll see when we're together in the hotel. What do you think? That's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's actually cute. Right? Girl, I don't know. It's not that bad, right, guys?
We've had enough of Larry Krasner. After nearly 8 years, we're less safe. We're less secure. And Krasner is to blame. On May 20th, vote him out.
I'll see you guys later. I just want to take a picture. It got so good. Really bad. Like so cool. So I am supposed to head to the backstage area. That way it's not cold anymore. And that way we're there. It's like almost 9. You know, I don't have any footage for this.
Ladies, you're gonna go over there.
took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is? It's natural, easy, has no side effects, and takes less.
On this video today, I'm going to show you how to make $10,000 an hour. Like, if you can imagine $10,000 an hour. I remember when I first got started as an entrepreneur. By the way, $10,000 in an hour, even if you don't know where to start. And it could be $10,000 an hour, it could be more than that. And I know that sounds like hype, so that's why I'm not saying it really loud, really excitedly, because I don't like hype any more than you do. But I remember when I first got started as an entrepreneur in October of 1985, that was the first time I ever ran into somebody who was making $10,000 a month. To me, $10,000 a month at that time seemed like, it just seemed so insane, because I wasn't even making $10,000 a year in 1985. So for somebody to be making $10,000 a month, I'm like, okay, my dad already taught me that if somebody else can do it, you can do it, because it can be done. They've already proven it can be done. So I don't have to go prove it can be done. That's exciting, right? You don't have to prove it can be done. $10,000 an hour is something that I know that's possible because I've done it myself more times than I have the ability to count, and considerably more than that. And I've also taught other people who've done it more times than I have the ability to count. And so now I'm going to teach everybody out there in the YouTube sphere, like, how do you make $10,000 in an hour? Because I know that sounds kind of insanical. And for those of you who don't know what insanical is, it's like the offspring of insane and maniacal together, right? So the first thing we have to do is you have to discern the level of value. So you have to discern.
No, it's definitely real, because if you can gross that a week, right? And I remember back in the day, I wanted to make that a month. And then I was able to make it a month. And then I was like, I want to make that a week. Then I can only gross it a week.
This is one of the biggest things that keeps me.
So I'm trying to figure out how,
we've been lied to our whole life.
If I could go from every 2 months to every month to every week, I can damn sure go to every day, every hour. I just gotta figure out the vehicle that's gonna take me there. So yeah, it's real. People do it all the time. We just gotta do what they do. You gotta do different to get different.
Let's work hard on stuff that makes sense, right? And so what do I mean what discern the level of value? Value is the thing that people pay for. So in order for me to make $10,000 worth in an hour, I have to be able to deliver more than $10,000 worth of value in that hour. Well, in order for me to do that, I have to understand first and foremost the 4 levels of value. So these are the 4 levels of value that I discovered in Genesis chapter 1 many, many moons ago. Okay, so the lowest level of value is implementation. And so implementation, on the implementation level, we use our, we use our muscles. We use our muscles over time. So if you think about muscles, muscles are a physical resource. Time is a limited resource. So what you're doing when you're using your muscles over time is you are taking a physical resource, time's a limited resource, and then you're attempting to produce an unlimited result. It's not possible. Okay, are you on track? And so what you have to do is you have to say, okay, so why does this not work? The implementation level is the level where people make the least amount of money. If you want to make more money, you have to level up. You say, I'm working hard. Yeah, but you're working hard on the wrong level, right? It's not like how hard you work on your current level is not the question. The question is, how hard are you willing to work on yourself to get to the next level? Because on the lowest level of value, you're going to make somewhere between minimum wage and maybe $80,000 per year. Minimum wage if you're making tacos at 7-layer burritos at Taco Bell, $80,000 a year. Maybe if you're a mechanic working on a Rolls Royce or a Bentley or a Mercedes or whatever, you're a high skilled laborer that works on premium products. So now you're making $80,000 a year, but you're still using your muscles over time. Now, some of us are going to think, well, that's not fair. Okay, when you work on making life fair, I'm just going to work within the boundaries that life has already handed us. Okay, and when I just recently had an event at a hotel in Clearwater, Florida, and so when we were at that event, one of the things that I noticed every time I go to a hotel is the hardest working people in the hotel are the housekeeping staff. They're also the people who make the least amount of money. And we can oh, that's not fair. We can figure out a way to make that better. And politicians politicians are always going to lie and tell you they're going to solve income inequality, but they can't solve income inequality because income inequality doesn't exist in a vacuum. Income inequality, there are some shenanigans that go on. I'm not saying there are no shenanigans that go on in the upper echelons of society. I'm not saying that, but income inequality is largely a result of value creation inequality. So if you want to make more money, create more value. And oh, by the way, you don't need somebody to fix it for you. In fact, the reason you have the problem is because that's not just something you're supposed to go through, that's something you're supposed to grow through. And if you're willing to grow through the problems that you have, it can turn you into a person who no longer has that problem. Forces that are stopping you. The forces that are stopping you are all inside. That's another conversation. So, what's the next level? Is what I call unification. And on the unification level, we use our management skills to make money. Now, the reason we make more money, and by the way, people who use their management skills make a lot more money than people who do the things else. In fact, these people who manage these people make more money than the people they manage. That's not fair. Okay, don't fix that right now. Fix it later. Right now, let's figure out how we can level up. So on this level, you're going to make using your management skills, and the reason you make so much more money is because here you get paid for your hours. Here you get paid for something called man hours. And the more people you have working for you, the more money you make. You got 100 people under you. What did J. Paul Getty say? J. Paul Getty say, I would rather make 1% of the efforts of 100 people than 100% of my own efforts. Okay, so like start thinking about leverage. When you have management skills, you're actually leveraging the work of other people. Okay, so on this level, management skills, you're gonna make somewhere on the low end, you might make $60,000 a year. If you are a manager at Taco Bell, and you might make $250,000. You might make $250,000 if you're a manager at a Fortune 100 or Fortune 500 company like Lockheed Martin. You might work at Boeing or somewhere where a middle manager, you're going to make $250,000 a year. But if you make $250,000 a year at your job because of your management skills, the company that you work for, they want you to know they own you. That's not the same as them wanting you to know they own you. They want you to know they own you, right? And they're going to do everything in their power to show you that they know that they own you, okay? Well, what we got to do is we have to level up one more time, and when we level up, two more times actually, when we get up above this dotted line, this is where the fortunes start to be made. And so, like, if you're down here using your muscles over time, like, you have a couple of levels to ascend before you can even start thinking about making $10,000 a month. And you're gonna see, this is going to, I mean, an hour, not a month. And you're going to see how this makes sense here in a minute. So what happens next is this level doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but it is. This is communication. Communication.
Whoa, I know your finger or your cursor is hovering over that skip button. I get it, it's an ad, I hate this.
Is, and by the way, the resource you use here is called your mouth. Okay. When you, on the communication level, you're going to make on the low end 100 grand a year if you sell cars, or if you sell insurance, or you sell real estate on the low end, you'd make 100,000 a year. But on the high end, it could be $100 million a year. What do you mean $100 million a year? Well, if you're a screenwriter and you write scripts for movies, you might make $100 million a year. If you're a songwriter and you write songs, you might make, if you're a Beyonce or if you're a Taylor Swift, you might make $100 million, $200 million, $300 million a year. If you're a Jay-Z, you might make hundreds of millions of dollars because you create a message with your mouth that moves the masses. You know how to have conversations that create cash flow. Now maybe you can't sing like Beyonce. Maybe you can't act like Denzel Washington. Maybe you can't direct movies like, I was going to say Martin Scorsese, but I don't even know if Martin Scorsese, I think he's a director. Anyway, Martin Scorsese, right? You may not be able to do any of that stuff, but guess what? Here's an arena you can step into today, using your mouth to make money. It's called sales. I don't like sales. Okay, cool. Most people don't. In fact, I would venture to guess that probably 95% of people don't like to sell. I want you to think about that. Somebody tell me, what is the alternative to selling? Buying or being sold. Okay, so think about that. 95% of the people don't like to sell, which means 95% of the people only like to buy. That makes it really, really good for the 5% of us who love to sell. By the way, come on over, jump on in, the water's fine. By the way, for those of you who don't like sales, I submit to you that perhaps you don't like sales because you had a bad experience with somebody who was, quote, in sales, but was terrible at sales. Now here's what I mean when I say they were terrible at sales. They attempted to talk you into buying something you didn't want, didn't need, or couldn't afford, and then proceeded to attempt to pressure you to say yes when your answer was already no. That's not what I mean when I say sales. When I say sales, I mean helping people make a decision they already desire to make for their own reasons, not talking them into making a decision you desire them to make for your reasons. Like, one of the reasons I'm so good at sales is because I'm not trying to get anybody to buy. I just recognize there are a lot of smart people out there in the world who would desire to have the results I can help them get, and they'd be willing to pay me for that. And so therefore, fortunately for me, I figured it out. I don't have to talk people into buying. Why? Because there are enough people out there who are already looking to buy what I'm already looking to sell. That's a game changer. Okay. So communication, you can start out in sales. You could become an author and sell books. I wrote a couple of books. In fact, I'm going to grab it just because I'm talking about it right now. I didn't think about it earlier. Okay. So back in frame. Okay. Yeah. I wrote this book 19 years ago. Crazy. This book makes me about $110,000 a year. I wrote it 19 years ago. It's called From the Trash Man to the Cash Man. If you buy it on Amazon, you might end up paying $1,100 for it. So I would recommend against that. Certainly over $100, because people buy them on my website and then they sell them on Amazon. People buy them, and I know they do because I was speaking at a conference. Y'all know who Alex and Layla Hormozi are, right? So I was speaking at their conference, at their Gym Lords conference one time, and I was telling them, I just found out people are selling my book on Amazon for like $300 and $160 and $60. And Layla says, I know, I just bought your book the other day for $60 off Amazon. I'm like, what? I would have given it to you, right? Anyway, she said, yeah, I bought it for my dad. And so this book, don't buy it on Amazon. If you want to buy it, buy it on Trash Man and Cash Man. Not that I'm trying to get you to buy one. Don't buy one. If you think I'm trying to sell you a book, don't buy one. How about that? This book I wrote 4 years ago. We sell $30,000 to $40,000 a month for this book. These two books together make us $500,000 a year for work I did a long time ago, right? So what are you saying? This is a message that I communicated. That's what I'm talking about. I took my time. I put this message in a book. You know, you sit there and you type, or you write, and then you have somebody, right? I wrote this. That represents work that I did many moons ago. And I still get paid off of it every single solitary day. Okay, so communication. What's the highest level of value? The highest level of value is imagination. And on this level, you use your mind and you use your money to make money. Now, here's what happens. You want to make $10,000 an hour? Here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to discern the level of value you're working on. And then you got a decision to make. Am I going to stay on the level I'm on? If you're down here, it's going to be very, very hard for you to make $10,000 an hour using your money, using your muscles over time. So maybe there's a better way. It's going to be very, very hard for you to make $10,000 an hour managing people. So what you have to do is you have to figure out how to create and convey a message that shows other people that you have value, and you have to figure out who those people are. So I'm going to use my mind. I'm going to use my mind to figure out, okay, who are the people that I'm going to serve, right? So I use my imagination. So I gave y'all part of the outline. So discern, right? So then I'm going to use my imagination. If I'm going to create wealth, I'm going to discern what level of value I'm on, and then I'm going to use my imagination to contemplate.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what?
Not contemplate. Use my imagination. Yeah, to contemplate. To contemplate Who, he doesn't like that T, who I'm going to help, contemplate who I'm going to help, and how am I going to help them. That's where it starts. You want to make $10,000 a month, an hour. You want to make $10,000 an hour? You got to figure out, you got to think about, you got to use your imagination. Okay, who has a problem? Start paying attention to other people's problems. Start paying attention to other people's pains. Start paying attention to what other people complain about. Start paying attention to what makes other people's lives uncomfortable. Start paying attention to people's faces. When they start frowning, okay, what's missing here? What's missing here? What's missing here? What can I create that will make their life better right now? And if you can figure out the answer to that, when you can contemplate who you're going to help and how you're going to help them, and the people you're going to help are people who have a big problem, and they have deep pockets, and it's a big pool of people, it's going to be really hard for you not to get rich. And see, your problem is, the challenge you're having financially right now is more than likely, if I can be so bold, and I don't mean this in a condescending way, so I'm going to say it with kindness in my voice, it's probably because if you're struggling financially right now, it's probably because the only person's problem you've ever really focused on attempting to solve is your own. And all of the money that you desire to have and don't have right now is in somebody else's pocket, bank account, purse, wallet. And if you solve a problem for them that they know they have, they will happily hand it over. That's all I'm saying. So start thinking about who am I going to help, how am I going to help, who am I going to help, how am I going to help them. I've got a friend who used to be one of my clients. His business does pretty close to $30 million a year now. He teaches attorneys how to do marketing for their law firm. He teaches attorneys how to do marketing for their law firms. Now, guess what he's not? He's not an attorney. He's going to law school. He's like, I don't like this. But he's good at marketing. So he started teaching attorneys. Why do you teach attorneys? Because they have big problems. What's the big problem? Okay, let me paint a picture for you. They went to school for 4 years and accumulated, let's just call it tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt. It's probably more, but let's call it tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt. Then they went to law school and acquired tens of thousands of dollars more debt. And then they started a law practice and acquired hundreds of thousands of dollars more debt. And now they went to school to learn how to become a lawyer, practice law, and pass the bar exam. Guess what they didn't learn? They didn't learn how to get clients to pay them for solving their legal problems. So the educational legal, the people who educate lawyers created this big hole in the market that lawyers didn't even know they had until after they passed the bar and borrowed money to start a practice. And they hung their shingle and nobody showed up. If you go, they will come. That's great for movies, but in real life, it really doesn't work that way. And so what happened is contemplate who you're going to help, how you're going to help them. If you can find people that have a big problem, and it's a big pool of people, and they have deep pockets, I'm telling you, $10,000 in an hour is not off the table. Well, I'm gonna show you how. I'm like, this is literally going to be a blueprint. Like, this is just the first part. If you're thinking about $10,000 an hour from the man, right now I'm making $20 an hour. So if I'm going to make $10,000 an hour, I need to make 500 times more dollars per hour. So 500 times more per hour. So 500 times 20. I need to start making $10,000 an hour. Well, if you're selling your time, it's going to be kind of hard for you to get there. Unless, of course, you can charge $10,000 an hour, which most people don't have the ability to do that. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to contemplate the level of value. This is how I'm using the 4 levels of value to make $10,000 an hour. Okay, the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to contemplate going out. Then I'm going to communicate. The second thing I'm going to do is communicate. To the who about the how I can help them. I've already contemplated, okay, I know who it is. Now I got to communicate with those people who have discovered who they are. I've got to create messaging that causes them to say, okay, this person is worth listening to. Because if they don't think you're worth listening to first, they're not ever going to think you're worth paying. Right? You have to say something with your mouth or on print that causes them to say, this person knows my answer. They have my solution. And if you don't do that, like contemplate who, and then communicate with that who, and then, so you use communication, use your imagination to contemplate who and how. You use your communication to communicate who, and then you use your unification to manage people, manage the people, process, and the plan for how you're going to solve those people's problems. Because all of the money you desire to have right now don't have it since it's time. Are y'all tracking? Okay, so that's level one, level of value. So the next thing, after you discover or discern the level of value, the next thing you have to do is you have to discover your leverage.
I've been following you, Russell, since I read the books. You inspired so many people who was stuck in musicianship waiting for a suit behind a desk to give you permission to entertain.
I agree. He's the best one.
I listen to every word that he says, even though he's 14 years younger than me. The wisdom and the experience.
Number two, you discover your leverage. Discover leverage. What leverage? Well, that's what you got to decide. You got to discover your leverage. Okay, what does that mean? Discover my leverage. Well, you have to discover a method of leverage. So what method of leverage are you going to use? So there are different ways to solve problems. I told you about books, right? So I wrote books. Okay, that's one method of solving a problem. You could write the answer down in a book. You could also create some kind of coaching program. You could also hold a master class. There are a bunch of different ways. So you want to discover the reason I coach most of my clients in group, because it's effective for them and more efficient for me. What I mean, it's more efficient for me. If I'm coaching 100 people for an hour and I'm doing it all one-on-one, I'm using 100 hours of my time doing that coaching. That's not very efficient. What I mean when I say it's effective for them, well, if I'm coaching one person at a time, person one, I'm going to give them an answer that would benefit person 2, person 5, person 16, person 32, but those people aren't there, so now they missed out on answers they could have, and I'm not going to remember everything I told person 1 by the time I get to person 5 and person 16 and person 32. So now people missed out on the help I gave this person because I was coaching this person in a vacuum. Does that make sense? And so when I create a coaching solution, most of my coaching solutions are in a group. Why? Because it's more efficient and it's more effective. Okay, so that's the method. So then the value that I must work on. I'm discovering the leverage that I must work with. The second leverage is I'm going to the medium leverage. What do you mean medium? So am I going to use television, radio, magazines, newspapers, the internet, social media? Like, am I going to use search engine? Am I going to use paid ads? Am I going to use organic content? What is the medium that I'm going to use to reach the people to let them know I've solved their problem and I'm willing to let them buy that solution from me? I've got to leverage the medium. So here's what I mean by leverage the medium. I'm going to step off the camera again. I didn't bring all this stuff over here because I didn't think about it until just now. So here's what I mean, leverage the medium. I'm going to ask you all a simple question. I want everybody to answer out loud. It's not a trick question. How many hours are in a day? 24. There you go. Okay, so if you multiply 24 times 365, there are 8,760 hours in a year. How cool is that? 87. You're like, I guess it's cool. I can tell by the look on your face that's what you're thinking. So I'm gonna pull up my primary medium, which is YouTube. I'm gonna pull up my YouTube app, and here's what it tells me: that in the last 28 days, people around the world spent 310,000 hours watching people. So if I take 310,000, and I divide it by 8,760, that turns into 35.4, almost 35.4 years people spent watching me in the last 28 days. That's the importance of leveraging the media. Like, oh, by the way, all I had to pay to do that was to pay with my time to create the video. I paid with my imagination to come up with the concepts, right, that I'm going to talk about. Then I talked about them, and I turned on a camera, and then I uploaded to YouTube, and YouTube took care of the rest. Guess what I found out? YouTube is better at finding clients for Myron than Myron is at finding clients for Myron. Wow, guess what? So is Instagram, so is Facebook, so is LinkedIn, so is TikTok. They're all better at finding clients for me than I am. So all I have to do is give them what they want, and they will give me what I want. You say, well, Myron, what do they want? They want people to stay on their platform longer. So all I have to do is create content that helps people and upload it to their platform, and then people keep watching that, which apparently they were watching me a little last month, right? 35 years worth in the last 28 days. You see, what he's saying? I'm leveraging the medium. Do you understand? We live in the most exciting, I got chills thinking about it. We live in the most exciting times that have ever existed on planet Earth. Everything is available to everybody, and everybody can reach anybody, and anybody can reach everybody. It's never existed before. You don't have to be some big multi-billion-dollar brand to reach billions or millions or hundreds of millions or hundreds of billions. Like, you don't, like a reach. You don't need that. All you need to do is have a message that people care about. Would y'all like me to tell you what causes people to care about your message? Yes? They can tell that you care about them. When you give your message, they can tell you care about them. It's so simple. It seems like an oversimplification, but it's not. And so you decide, you discover how to leverage the method of leverage, the medium of leverage. Then this is the hard one for people, because if we don't practice the messaging, you have to develop the right leverage of messaging.
With over 2 billion monthly users, YouTube Ads makes it easy to expand your reach, target the right audience, and turn viewers into customers. Let your business be seen with YouTube Ads.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to convey this. I'm going to do my best. This is where people struggle the most. This is where most people struggle the most. Maybe it's because when we were children, we were told to sit still and be quiet. Maybe that's why. Maybe because, like, if we wanted to say something, we had to raise our hand and ask for permission. Like, you spend the first part of your life asking for permission to do everything. Now you know something. You want to share it. You feel like you got to go get permission from something. Well, I'm 63. I'll be 64 in 2 days. Here's what's fascinating to me. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 25. So that's almost 40 years. What is it? 38 years. 39 years. I've been an entrepreneur. It's a long time. And I just now discovered one of the most mind-blowing, I say just now, last year, one of the most mind-blowing principles I've ever learned in my life. And that is that just because you're a high income earner doesn't mean you have to pay high taxes. In fact, you don't have to pay federal income tax at all if you'll do the things that the government says, do these things, and you don't have to pay taxes. Now, the primary thing is investing in real estate. But, you know, I'm like, why did it take me so long to figure this out? Why did it take me so long to figure this out? I'm pretty smart. Relatively smart? Kind of smart. Smart every now and then? Okay, anyway. y'all are looking a little confused, like, who are you talking about? Okay, I'm a relatively intelligent individual. How did it take me 63 years to figure this out? You know why? Because the people who understand it are good at understanding it and terrible at talking about it. But that's not just true about investing in real estate. It's true about almost everything. There are people who have great solutions and terrible messaging. Because their messaging is so terrible, nobody ever wants to take advantage of their solution. You have have to get good at saying it. Some of you have something good to say, you just don't say it well. I thought to myself, why are people who are good at a thing so bad at talking about the thing they're good at? I mean, maybe you don't, like, that's what I was plagued with that thought after I discovered this thing and got back a tax refund for the first time since 1995. Last year in 2024, I got back, like, that's 29 years. I get back a tax refund. I'm like, okay, a refund? What happened? I'm confused. But I'm confused because the people who aren't confused are confusing. And so when they talk about the benefits of investing in real estate, they either do it in a way that makes real estate seem far away, or something I got to go back and get a master's degree in, or they use insider lingo in the outside world, or they're so focused on what they're going. I think this is one of the biggest problems people have. As soon as you realize you've created a solution for people that you know is going to be good for other people and they're going to pay you for it, you start thinking about what you get out of it and stop thinking about what they get out of it. And so when you're talking to them about it, you're so in tune with yourself and so tuned out from them that you mess up the messaging. Like you have to become so others focused and so consumed with solving the problem of the people you serve that when you're talking, they can feel that the thing you care about the most is them. That's not easy to do when you know you're going to get somebody. You say, well, Myron, how do you keep from, like, I talk about this thing called commission breath, right? It's when you're talking to people, it's what your breath smells like when you're talking to people and you're thinking about how much you're going to get paid, right? So how do you have conversations without having commission breath? Easy. Create a solution that's so much better for them than it is for you. Like, even my clients pay me $375,000 for an 8-hour coaching day. I created a solution that's so much better for them than it is for me, that when I'm talking to them, I can be excited for them, not excited about the fact they're going to pay me. Right? That's how it works. Okay. So, once you discover the level of value, discern the level of value you have to work on, and then you discover the leverage, then you have to do number 3, which is you have to decide. This marker is giving me the blues. Ariel, remind me to order some tips for my markers. Decide what lane. Decide what lane am I going to work in. What lane am I going to work in that's going to help me, like, really help people the most. Now, here's the thing, here's where I think a lot of people mess up. It has to be a lane where you're competent. There are too many people out there who don't have competence in an arena, but they read a book on it, or they heard somebody else talk about it, and they think, well, that person's doing this to make money, so I'm just going to do what they did and say what they said, and maybe I'll make money. It doesn't work like that. You might be able to copy their verbiage, but you cannot copy their vibe. And there is a vibe that competence carries with it. And like, in fact, recently I was at an event and there was a speaker there and she was speaking and in full transparency, I had bought a course from her before and I wasn't impressed.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the 3 major...
And in full transparency, I had bought a course from her before and I wasn't impressed. And maybe I just didn't give it enough time. Right? Maybe I didn't go through enough of the modules to be. I was like, yeah, sorry. Then I heard her talk, and I'm thinking, okay, what's she gonna do? Right? I'm thinking this to myself. And then she talks, and I'm like, notice that. That's what she's talking about. And I could tell that she wasn't trying to make us believe something about her. She wasn't pretending to know something about this thing. This woman was teaching from her essence. She was teaching from her knowingness. I could tell, oh, this is all she, I could tell this is all she does. This is her jam. This is her lane. And guess what? I went and asked her, do you have a coaching level? She said, I do. I said, I would like to buy her. She said, $20,000. I said, here's my American Express. Why? Not because of what she said, but because of who she was when she said it. And see, what you don't realize is people are picking up on who you are when you're saying what you say. And who you're being is the music. And the words you're saying are just the lyrics. But if the words don't match the music, they're not buying it. I mean, I'll try it. Figured I'd do a musical analogy for all the musicians. Or all my musicians, the singers, all the artists. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm done. So it has to be an area of competence. You have to be competent. Like you have to know something. 2, or B, it needs to be an area where you are confident. By the way, confidence is not the same as competence. But confidence does come from competence. Confidence does come from competence. If my marker wasn't being so weird, I wouldn't confidence. Right? It has to be an area where you have confidence. Why? Because here's what people are looking for when they buy a solution for you, me, or anybody else. They're looking for a sense of certainty. They are uncertain about the transformation they desire. If you can let them borrow your certainty in your solution to build their certainty in your solution, then they may buy. But if you don't, it's not happening. And see, whether you know it or not, if you're somebody who watches my videos often, or if you're somebody who comes here in studio often, one of the reasons you do that is because even if you're not certain, you're certain that I'm certain. And so the people that you're going to serve, those people are going to follow you, and they're going to listen to you, and they're going to buy into your solution because they're certain you're certain. But if you don't have confidence is the root word of confidence is confide. They don't have confidence if they don't trust you, and they don't trust you if they can see that you don't trust yourself, at least with the solution. Like, when it comes to making money, like, I'm not confused about that at all. Now, if I'm going to teach you how to be, like, the best basketball player in the world, I'm going to have a lack of competence and a lack of confidence in that area. Why? It's just not my jam. It's not the thing I know the most about. Now, I can cook really, really good, and I could probably teach you how to cook, but I don't measure, I just, like, I can feel it. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I just feel what this is going to taste like when I'm done. It's going to be good. I don't know if any of y'all understand what I'm talking about. Like, so I could probably maybe teach you how to cook. If I could just get you to feel it, right? The last one takes time. It needs to be an area in which you've been consistent. Why is consistency so important? I was thinking about it today. Why is it? I'm going to go back to my chair. Why is it that some people do the same work thing with people and for people, not over a period of a couple of weeks, but over the period of decades, is something that's going to take time to get to. And see, fortunately for me, I have been treating people well for decades. I have this phrase: beware of him who only has new friends. Right? Like, beware of him who only has new friends. I want to meet some folks who have people in their lives who've been in their lives for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Why? Because that tells me these are people who, number one, they treat people good, but also they don't always have to have their way. Because people who always have to have their way don't have momentum. Sometimes everybody has to yield. I mean, at some point, like, you're going to be in a relationship with somebody, like, over time, each of you are going to have to yield. And if you're unwilling to yield and you're unyielding, and everything always has to be your way, you're not going to have anything. And if every time you're with someone, relatively shows up, some of you are probably thinking, can't do a webinar because I'm not good. Some of you are probably thinking, can't do a webinar because I'm not good at PowerPoint. I resemble that remark. So I'm not good at PowerPoint either. But guess what? Here's what I realized. What you have to do is make 10 sales. 10 sales. Usually when I first sell a course, don't do this. You're not going to do it if you're not going to do the work. Like, I can't create a course that's going to be good in a vacuum. I can't do it. I need to be teaching some people. So I'm going to sell the course. Then I'm going to create the course by fulfilling the course. You say, which course? All of them. Every course I have, that's how I did it. I sold it first. Created it by fulfilling it. By the way, how do you create it by fulfilling it? You do what God did in the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens. That's in the beginning, that's time. God created the heavens, that's space, and that's matter. So what you do is you set up a time that you're going to do it, and you tell people when to show up. And then you set up a place where you're going to do it. For me, that's usually on Zoom. So you got a place you're going to do it. So you got the time and place. Boom. Now all you got to do is show up and deliver, and now you have the matter. Isn't it cool that God showed us how He did stuff? Okay, I'm going to keep it moving.
Still trading without real-time data or short locates? You spotted the setup, but your broker couldn't keep up?
Isn't it cool that God showed us how He did stuff? Okay, I'm going to keep. I had this person wanted me to come on a conference call. How long do you want me to teach? 20 minutes. Now, that's not very long. So, on their for my $97 audio program. $97. Bought it. And $97. That's just under $15,000 that I made in an hour. If you include all 3 days, I taught 20 minutes each day. 20 minutes times 3 days. 20 times 3, 60. That's an hour. I made more than $10,000 in an hour. That was with a $100 offer. That wasn't even a $1,000. That was a $100 offer. I am telling you, I have done this so many times that it makes me. May 30th and 31st in Dallas, Texas. I'm partnering with Brendan Kane, who's the author of The Guide to Going Viral, one of the most brilliant viral scientists I've ever seen in my life, and Adley Kinsman, the creator of Viralish, and she gets over 1 billion views a month on her programs, on her videos. She's going to be speaking there. I'm going to be speaking there. Brendan's going to be speaking there. And it's only $297. $299 for that event. Yes, it's 2 days. Now, here's what's amazing. We launched that last Monday. It's already half sold out. We only have room for 230 people. More than half the tickets have already been sold in the first week. All I'm saying is, this is not some pie in the sky. $10,000 an hour is not some pie in the sky. It's something anybody in this room could do with the right offer. You say, I don't have an offer. Okay. So, here's what you do. You become an affiliate for somebody else's offer. Okay? You sell that offer. Now, I'm sure, I haven't looked yet, but I'm absolutely positive that we've sold, or will have sold by this morning when our challenge starts in 14 more minutes. We will have sold over $100,000 worth of tickets for this challenge. The tickets are either $97 or $297. Why? Like, we sell over $100,000 worth of tickets a month for a challenge. I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you, I know this works because this is not theory I'm teaching you. I am telling you what I do. And it works for me. It can work for you. Or maybe you're just bold and you just say, you know what? I'm just going to go out and offer somebody a $10,000 group coaching offer. And I'm going to coach them once a week for the next 6 months or once a week for the next year. And I'm going to get one person to buy this $10,000 coaching offer from me. You do a presentation, you make the offer, somebody applies, you get on the phone with them, they buy. Guess what? Once one person buys, keep selling. Because it's a group coaching offer. And maybe in the first month you can get 3 people to buy it. Congratulations, you just made $30,000 in a month. But each time it only took you an hour to make $10,000. I have sold offers for $1,000, $10,000, $20,000, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000, $40,000, $50,000, $25,000, $65,000, $100,000, $65,000, $200,000, $1 million. I'm talking about these are offers that one person paid for. $1,350,000, $375,000, even $1 million. I've had people pay me $1 million for an offer. So I know that you can create a $100 offer, get 100 people pay you for it. Or I know you can create a $1,000 offer and get 10 people pay you for it. Or I know you can create a $10,000 offer and get one person pay you for it. So for those of you who are listening and you'd like to join our Make More Offers Challenge that starts in 12 minutes, make sure to MakeMoreOffersChallenge.com and buy a ticket. And I'm not trying to sell tickets. I just know that if you wait until 11:01, you won't be able to attend until next month, right? Because we should close the cards at 11 o'clock. For those of you who'd like to come to the event in Dallas, come to the event in Dallas. The tickets are going to be sold out. If you're watching me, so I might as well give you an opportunity to come. You want to go to content@cashflowlive.com. Content@cashflowlive.com and get your ticket there. And I'll see you guys. All right, that's the end of this video. Go out, make $10,000 an hour, come back in the comments in one of the other videos, or come back in this video and tell us how you did it. Appreciate you all for watching. In the meantime, in between time, stay blessed by the best, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.
There are 100, well, maybe even 102 different ways that you can get clients for marketing.
your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know where Negro news comes first. And I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. So guys, there are a number of black women living in Tokyo, Japan. And from what I understand, Tokyo is beautiful. I always hear Kanye West talking about he wants to live there. A lot of money there, a lot of nice restaurants. Everything you want allegedly is in Tokyo. So I'm assuming a lot of black women go there for, you know, certain economic opportunities or just a change in lifestyle. The issue is when black women try to go to Tokyo and try to date Japanese men.
Stop it. Get some help.
Now, on one hand, I hear that it is very favorable for black women.
Japanese men love their black women. Forget everything you've heard. You know, they have all these Japanese beauty standards, interest in innocent. They love their black women. If you're single, get a Cupid, do whatever it is that you have to do. These men are faithful, they're very family oriented, big into fitness, and they're gonna treat you right.
But on the flip side, I've heard some terrible things from black women complaining themselves about interacting with Japanese men.
Dating in Japan is crazy because you have Japanese men who will say and do things to you as a foreign woman that you know they 100% would never even consider doing to a Japanese woman. It isn't anything new. There's a lot of foreign women like myself who experience this with dating Japanese men. Now, obviously, it's not all Japanese men, but there are some Japanese guys out there who just don't take foreign women seriously. They'll go on a few dates with you, probably with the hopes of sleeping with you. They'll maybe date you for a little bit, but as far as like serious talk, like marriage and having kids, bringing you home to their families, a lot of them won't even consider doing that. But you best believe when it comes to asking foreign women to have sex and things like that, like I've straight up had Japanese men send me messages, not with even a hello, how are you, my name is, just straight up asking me if I want to give them a. And the reason why a lot of Japanese men view foreign women as like playthings is because for some reason, foreign women in Japan have a reputation of being easy. And by easy, I mean easy to sleep with. And the reason why I know that Japanese men talk crazy to foreign women but would never speak that way to Japanese women is because I've asked my Japanese friends, what the f is going on with your men? Like, why are they asking me for blowjobs and all this like weird sexual stuff when I've never even met them? And my friends are like, I've never had guys say those things to me or speak to me in that way.
And guys, it gets worse. You go into the comment section, you will find a number of black women agreeing with her. So it's amazing that black women in Japan got underneath this particular video, and they were also venting their frustrations. This young lady says, girl, I give up. And the creator of the post said the same. Then look at this. Yes, Chinese and Koreans too. They think we are easy. Most fetishized about black women, 100% correct. This young lady says, girl, it's scary even on the first date.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is? It's natural, easy, has no side effects, and takes less than a minute to prepare. Using just 4 ingredients that I bet are already in your kitchen. This morning I woke up and looked at the spot where I keep my Japanese pink salt recipe. The one I used when I was
on the first date. Take this black woman from Jamaica who's been living in Japan for a number of years, and this has been her dating experience.
You've been here for 9 years. Have you ever dated a Japanese person?
No.
No? Why is that?
Japanese guys, can you tell me the answer to the question? Really? I have no idea. I don't know. I think, to be honest, nobody talks to me. Nobody ever... No, they never talk to me. They never tried to invite me out. There's another reason. That's from my side. I think when I first moved to Japan, I lived in the countryside, and I come from a very proud culture, you know, where all types of people are beautiful, where black is beautiful, your body type doesn't matter, that kind of stuff. And when I moved to Japan, I noticed people were very obsessed with everything that was white or Caucasian. Like, people were bleaching their skin, whitening their skin for the posters. During summertime, everybody covered their skin. And all the men were very, very, like, weirdly obsessed with white women, Caucasian women, especially women with blonde hair.
This one takes the cake. Listen to this black woman complain about Japanese men after certain things happen in the bedroom.
Since you're a dating culture, what do you think about like the Japanese people, like these Japanese people always like posting us like after hitting it?
That's messed up.
That's your stuff? What?
No, that's messed up.
Okay, that's messed up. I thought you said that's your stuff. No, you bust people.
No.
Okay, yeah. You know Japanese people are always like ghosting women like after like hitting it. I swear.
I didn't know that.
Oh baby, like I swear.
That is just insane because it really shows a lack of emotional maturity.
Oh, talk to them, please. I promise you, like that. Yeah, they be stuff and they be like.
It's not that hard to say, hey, I'm just not feeling this.
Have you been to Japan before?
How do you move to a whole other place, get your cheeks clapped, get dumped, cry about the fact that they're dashing you and smashing you, and like that's crazy, and you're asking for help? Like, look at the low self-esteem of certain ladies out there. The young sister was like, look, what can we stop doing to get these men from like cracking our cheeks? And then after they smash us, what can we do to keep them interested? Like, you sound silly and you sound like you don't have any self-respect.
Stop it. Get some help.
Which is one of the reasons why these dudes treat you like that. If they don't want to deal with you, fine. I mean, I lived in Poland for many years, and I used to hear black women complain about it too, being like sexualized and all kind of stuff, but you will find some interracial relationships and marriages. But look, you definitely shouldn't be out there getting your cheeks clapped and then asking somebody else on the internet why you getting your cheeks smacked and dashed, and then you go right back to the black man asking for. But we just saw that video of how them Japanese dudes was, what is else? And dashing. Next story. Imagine you're at a ceremony and it's your wife's birthday or your birthday, and you love her, so you basically want to acknowledge her at a special day. It could be you won an award, it could be celebrating your vows and all of this. But something happens in this situation, and this firefighter is going viral for this exact thing.
Even though it's my birthday, get her a little something, right? I'm happy with her, like, you know what I'm saying? That's so important. It's funny, last time I did this, I was wearing this same shirt and my son's cufflinks. Pretty ironic. Was beautiful. Pretty good for a five. Yeah, I know everything. That's right. I know everything. I just see this skinny little hill. I wasn't. What? I know about all the plant pills you gotta take you filth.
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Nina. Here it is. I'm a big fan of
this skinny little hill. I wasn't. What? I know about all the plant pills you gotta take you filth. I don't know. That's right. I know everything. Don't act like I never hate anyone like I hate you. You're physically the betrayal. I hate you for it. You show. You know exactly what it was. Don't make it.
Uncle Daddy.
I hate when she takes my children away and stole from them. You're sure? I'm showing them everything. You sure you want that? I don't need
Are we sure? What the f***? Of course he's
I know.
I don't give a show them the life you stole from them. You want me to show them? I'll show them everything. You sure you want that? I don't give a for the first time. Hey, listen, whoever he is,
Crashed out.
still back this piece of shit. Call it. This is my goddamn one.
His wife was acting like she did not know what was going on. And he knew. You was trying to play the role. You was embarrassed. You was out there getting your cheeks clapped. The dude busted you out. He said, I hate you. How could you do this to our children? Man, and that little whole party turned into a divorce party. He left your ass. You was cheating the whole entire time, acting as if wasn't nothing wrong. Now your ass is divorced. You got embarrassed. You're out there looking like a scallywag. The only thing you can do is go to www.bootyclappers.com, make up an account, and twerk something for $5 because it's over. It's over. You have been humiliated all over the internet, and like I said, I probably wouldn't have done that. But good job, man. Thank you for being petty. For all of us guys out there that have been in a similar situation, and we always want to do something silly like what you just did. I'm serious. It was silly, but I liked it. Thank you. Put it on blast. Next story. Guys, we got another story out of the state of Florida.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Now you know Florida, Tennessee, the Carolinas, usually North Carolina, and Georgia. Y'all got the weirdest people in the country. I'm convinced. Nobody is more weird than y'all, right? I don't know what's going on with y'all states, but this dude here, look at him in the background. You see his face. Takes the cake. So today, family, we're talking about this brother here who's looking so down bad. Look at them eyes. I couldn't really trust him at all. His name is Marcus Roper, 24 years old. Of course, he's from Gainesville, Florida, like the rest of you people out there. Now, Marcus Roper drove from Gainesville and basically broke into a house on Sunday night, okay? Now, when he got caught breaking into the house, he told the white people that he broke into the wrong house and he was looking for somebody else.
Stop the cab.
But we found out that was not the case. He parked his car a half a mile from the victim's home, got bucket naked, carried a backpack full of adult toys, Vaselines, in the drug ME-TH.
You can't make this shit up.
If you don't believe me, look at his eyes. Just don't say that and just look at the eyes. Look at how one of the eyes is really off balance from the other. On your right. It might be your left, but on your... Look at that last eye over there.
That's crazy.
Look at it. Don't say nothing, just look at it. Look at his eyebrows. Don't he look deranged? How you going down the street with all of those things and then breaking into somebody's house butt naked? You're deranged.
Stop it. Get some help.
You see how you look? Look at this. Look at him. Look at him. It don't make no sense. It don't make no damn sense. No type of sense to be looking like this in jail. He gonna take somebody's cheeks very soon. He got a problem. He just gonna walk down the street, get dropped off. As if it's all good. Like, don't nobody know. I'm yet praying for you, son. I'm yet praying for you. So guys, we had a really interesting show. We had the black women in Tokyo who were getting smashed and dashed, getting them cheeks clapped. We got the firefighter who found out his wife is a 304. And then the last brother out there who basically is breaking into people's houses with sex toys and all kind of lube oil on his body. So who will win the Dusty Award of the day? Germany music! Drum roll, please! It's Marcus Roper. Look at this dude right here. You done broke into a woman's house with Vaseline, all kind of sex toys, all kind of stuff on your body, and then thought that wasn't nobody gonna call the police. You're sick, bro. Then what made it worse?
Something wrong with
you didn't have no clothes. You was butt. I don't get you, bro. I don't get you. But you are from Florida, so it makes sense. We're from California. We don't do stuff like that. Umar voice. I said, we from California. We don't do stuff like that. I said, we from California. We don't do stuff like that. I said, we from California. We don't do stuff like that. We don't do stuff like that. Only y'all in Florida do this kind of stuff. Tennessee, Georgia, Carolinas. What's going on in y'all states? Throw that dust on him. It's over for him. Hold on. Throw that dust on him. It's over for you.
Next on the Californians. Wait, Stuart? What are you doing here?
I'm out enjoying life in my new Volkswagen ID Buzz.
It's giving total positivity.
Can you press 147, please?
Sure. You're my client.
I am, yes.
Yeah, this is my stop. Good to meet you, though.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Hi, sorry to bother you. I just have to say this. I'm a huge fan of yours, Mr. Myers.
Oh, thank you. That's very, very kind. Thank you. And what's your name?
I'm Janice, and I just love all your movies. My girlfriends and I bootstrap like all the time.
Oh, thank you. That's a little weird, but thank you. Thank you.
It's my first time in New York. You just never know what celebrity you're going to run into here.
True. Oh my God, is that Kanye West?
Yeah, what you talking about? I'm about to do my song, fam. Come on, give me one good reason. Besides that. How is it not relatable? Everybody got a cousin.
This is my stop. Again, so nice to meet you, Mr. Myers.
It is not. It is not your stop.
What are you doing?
You can't leave me alone in here with him.
It's fine. I heard he's dying.
Oh, hey, you Mike Myers, right?
Kanye, what's up, man?
It's just Ye now.
Sorry, Ye. I guess it's been a while.
Yeah, since that Hurricane Katrina benefit.
Yes.
You know, when I told the world that George Bush don't care about black people on live TV.
Yes.
And you just had to stand there looking stupid.
Yes. So, what have you been up to?
Oh, me? I'm in the KKK now.
Of course you are. Yes, yes.
How's your kids?
My kids are safe.
That's good. Family stability is important.
Isn't it, though? Yes.
This Diddy stuff is crazy, right?
What?
Diddy. He's on trial right now for like a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
Yeah, it's so crazy, man. You think you know a guy, turns out to be a full crazy monster man.
Yeah, right. So, what happened to you?
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Let's wait for the next one.
Yeah. No, come back! There's plenty of room in here. There's plenty of room in this elevator.
So, Myers, that Jewish?
Protestant, actually. Protestant, yeah.
Nice. Yeah. And you know what? We should take a selfie together. Come on.
The elevators are so slow sometimes. What was that?
You must have hit stop or something. I think we stuck, man. We're gonna be here for a while now.
Oh, no. Should we jump up and down until something happens?
Nah, man. I don't like doing crazy stuff.
You don't understand. I get really claustrophobic.
Oh, trust me, I understand. I'm a few phobics myself. But right now, we just need to relax.
I'm good. I just gotta get out of here. I gotta get out.
Calm down, Mike. You sound like a lunatic. Why don't I play you my next single, man? It's a love song.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Squeezing on My Grandpa's Booty.
Wait, we're moving again. Okay, thank you, God. You're welcome. Oh, this is me. Take care of yourself, Ye.
Yeah, you too, Shrek. Did you roll down?
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best...
See. Oh goodness.
Damn. Who is this? Double trouble. Nah, don't get favorite like this video right now. Turn that bell. Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all look amazing. What's your name? You good? What's your name, there? It's like you want to talk to me. You smiling. Which mean, you know, I see a smile on your face like you want to talk to me or something. Oh, just because your friend don't want to talk, I got money. I'm good. Have a nice day. Somebody I got money. So for all this testing them out. Good. Just ready to go. Somebody I got money. You know what we call that. Welcome back. We should keep it right here, to be honest. What's up?
This is your car?
Yeah, it's my car. What's up? So that's why I got it.
That's not Diddy?
Hold on, get in my car.
Yeah.
Hold on, what the energy up on the sidewalk when I approached y'all? I couldn't get time of day. Y'all didn't want to talk to me.
I thought you just wanted to get my number.
Get your number? I mean, yeah, I do want to get your number. I want to know y'all a little bit more.
Yeah, I didn't know you. I thought I was just walking.
Okay, well, keep walking then.
No, shit, I want to get to know you now.
Like, why now, though?
Shit, you cute.
I'm cute. So I want cute on the sidewalk?
Gosh, I know I like your car.
I can't hear y'all. What is it?
I like your car.
I like my car,
And
too.
them jeans, too. Nice down.
I like it, too. That's why I got it.
Show you last time. Can I get in? I love 2%.
You want to do it, what?
I'm 2%.
You want to first from what? Like, why now, though?
I know, like, my bad.
So every day I run into you, that's what y'all do?
Mm-hmm.
So why me then?
You're cute.
Oh,
I want to get to know you.
I want to know me. What's your name?
Rose.
Rose, what's yours?
I'm Pink.
Pink. Oh, okay, where y'all from?
She's from Houston.
Okay, okay. How old are y'all?
21.
Okay, y'all tied it up crazy, I see. With the ties.
Thank you.
Hold on, you got a back tattoo?
Yeah.
Okay, the butterflies. Let me see your tattoos. Oh, see that. Okay, let's see. Where y'all was headed to though?
Shit, we're just looking for a ride.
What I got for you for there?
Just chilling.
Just chilling.
We're putting in
It is hot outside. It's about like what, 80 degrees? Damn, it's hot out here. So y'all from Houston? Oh, okay. I'm not from Ohio. I just moved out here, so the weather kind of different for me. Yeah. That's what I was just saying. I was trying to be like, you know, be some new friends.
type shit.
So like, what's the matter out here though?
Is that a something? I'm sure you do some. For not talking to you. What's your friends?
Yeah, hop inside. Hop inside. Raise my seat up a little bit for you. Jesse, y'all going to the pool today?
Yeah.
Y'all see?
I like your color.
Appreciate it. Y'all single?
Yeah, single.
How long y'all been single?
Single baby mamas.
Single baby mamas?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, kids? How many?
We're both. One boy.
One boy. Okay, we got boys. Okay. Age?
Mine's 2.
Okay. Yeah, boy moms, huh?
Hell yeah, boy mom.
Oh, why you touching? Are you
No, it's like, it's just my bad.
You got an eggs though, like you can't against my car and start touching.
I just like to.
That's true. I mean, I get it though, but like, it's like me getting inside your car.
No,
I'm just touching.
I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm real touchy. Okay, so y'all boys, mom. Okay, so what you do for work? What you do for work? Your dance? Okay. How that's going?
It's fine, bro. We started like a couple months ago.
Okay.
We're getting to that now.
Yeah, heard you. Just listen. Okay, I fuck with it.
Yeah.
So, with our sisters, cousins,
We're very friends.
all that been friends.
What if I told you there is no such thing as no internet? So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this little Japanese-style Wi-Fi on-the-go device. Honestly, I was ready to return it. Guys, holy...
All that been friends.
No. Before we had kids.
So we're close. You have to go to process.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
And that's since like middle school, high school.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm going to move today.
Yeah, that's something.
So what I wanted to show me though, I was talking out that big talk outside. What I wanted to show me.
I'll show you.
See that big off. Get all that waste of time.
Oh, for sure. You drink?
No, I don't drink.
Yeah, drink. Do you smoke?
No.
That's good.
Yeah, drink?
That's what, yeah.
Let's drink.
Oh, it's cute. I prefer tequila.
So you telling me that it's good and I don't drink what you drink?
No, but I'm just saying that's good.
Yeah,
It's sober.
No, it is
You know
good.
what I mean?
So why not be sober then? If you know it's good, right? So why not be sober then?
I got problems, I have issues.
I mean, you had problems when you was a kid too, right? Teenage, right? And you wasn't drinking, right? So how would you like cope with your problem? You wasn't drinking.
Being bad. Being bad is fun.
I like that bad though. So like, what's your type though?
I'm into that stuff. Together, bother. Like,
So what type of ones to like deserve something?
Yeah, I hold it down. Like, I'm real loyal whenever I know. And like,
You sound good, yo.
yeah, no,
You
it's
sound good. I just
like, cause I love providers. So if you don't do what I say, like not do what I say.
Nah, it's like
like
what you mean.
What
you say.
meet my
Say
standards? Yeah, like meet my standards. Then yeah, like I'm getting my everyone like cook for.
So why you still single right now?
Cause I just too sweet. Like right now I'm just focused on my baby and my baby. If it's cool, people here and there, like.
So why you still single?
Why are you still single all that time?
That time. So which one of y'all said do I got money? So that's one of y'all that said that. It was you that said. So why you both of y'all? So why y'all come and be like you?
But anyway, it's cause we're strippers.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It's just
but still, like, we're not inside a club though right now.
But I can see it in your chain.
See a chain? What is supposed
Right,
to
but you was like walking. Right?
I can't walk. Y'all walk.
No, you're cool. That was our fault.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm like, but it's
just like.
Come outside real quick. Put that right outside.
I get that.
Right there. The handle on the side there.
Okay, okay.
Come outside real quick. The handle right there.
And.
Yeah. There you go. Pull it. There you go. Come on inside over here. See how dance, right? I just want to see how people turn around and see it. Yo, man, let me turn my lights video right now. She's not coming to turn that video. You guys want to see what I see? Go follow me on Patreon. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. You guys don't want to miss what I see. Listen, wherever I see a comment, the most funniest comment below, I'm gonna pin your comment. Hope you guys next video. I'm out. Peace. Yes. I'm actually looking at the fire. Gotta see some of this. How you doing? Like the hair. What's your name? Hold on, slow down. I'll talk to you real quick. Why you still I'm talking to you? What's your name? My name right here. You don't want to talk? Why not? You got a man or something? Yeah, I do. You got a man? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You got here walking? But if you manage to be out here walking though. That's it then, alright?
funny. What's up? What's up?
Is your car?
Yeah.
It's nice.
I know it's nice. Well, I got it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You single?
Nah. No, I'm not single. What you want though? I got somewhere to be.
Oh, I was just trying to see if you might give me a ride.
Give you a ride. Nah, I'm good at that. I'm going that. Would like a taxi? A taxi to you? Or go walk then? Do I like a taxi to you? Do I like an Uber, a Lyft?
I mean, take me. The car's really nice.
I know it's nice. That's why I got it.
Like, smoky, experience or something. I didn't know this was your car.
Okay. So what that was like supposed to mean?
I mean, I'm not acting to you.
Nah, I'm good. You got your man, right?
No, actually.
But you say you had a man though, right? Okay then. Okay, so this be in my car. Why you want to talk to me now? No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, alright? I'm good. Yo, man. What's up? Take you for what? Go where? You said what? Have fun. So look, how can we have fun if you got your man? So look, you're not in my car like nice stuff. But what you say? But you say you had a man though, right? So why are you saying that you don't have?
Well, I thought at first that this wasn't your car. I wouldn't even get it. So you opened it and I'm like, wow, okay, that's good.
So you came back because this car is not, is what you're saying. So why would I want to talk to you if not even genuine? You know, so you came back for one thing.
Have a conversation.
Give you a chance. What's your name? You said, where you from? Oh, how long you been out here? 5 years. How about real quick? Come here. You from Honduras? Yeah. How long you been in Houston?
Like 2 years.
4 years? Oh, you like it out here? Okay. So what bring you down here, these? Yeah?
Feel my life.
Okay.
Make some money.
So you came there by yourself or like with family? By yourself. Okay. Made a big, decision by yourself. Big jump. Okay. So how is Honduras? Never not there.
Pretty high.
Huh? So how did they use it? You think so? It's hot out here.
I know, it's way hot. There's a lot of beaches, a lot of nature. So.
Oh, okay. I like that though. I like that. So what you about to get into?
I'll see one in the gym.
Yeah?
And just like
Oh, okay. So you going to the gym today?
Yeah.
So what you doing today?
Doing some legs.
For legs? You got your camera light on. You doing legs today? Okay. That's all? Legs?
Legs and some abs. Probably a full workout.
You should. Just do the whole workout, Go out the right way. Or strong. You feel me? Okay. So how long you been single?
I've been single for almost 5 years.
5 years? It's a long time. How come?
Well, I needed somebody that's going to take care of me,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not gonna be me. So you came back trying to get something like that's not gonna be me. Yeah.
Why?
What you mean why?
Like, I mean, you have a nice car.
So what?
You have money.
So?
Like, it's really interesting if I get to know you.
I mean, so what is me? Like what I'm getting out of it? Like, okay then, so what you bring to the table?
My type?
Your time. I said, what you bring to?
I have the worst headache. Well, are you hydrated? That's what I carry this thing around for. Is there just one?
Your time. I said, what's your break to take?
Honestly, I don't want to do a lot of things other than just people.
Okay, then so why would it make sense for you to take you serious?
Because I wouldn't want to have somebody that's making names.
Right, there's a lot of pretty girls out here.
I know.
You know. Yeah, it's a lot of pretty. I mean, yeah, but it's a lot of pretty girls out here. You know, that bring way more than just they self. You feel me? So why would I settle for less? For someone like you. So right now, like me, let's talk right now. You basically tell me like pretty good. You know.
Well, like that's what I'm saying right now. Like I really get to know me.
How? But you telling me right now that you already do nothing. So what you do for work?
I'm actually waiting.
Like wages. Okay. So why would you want a man to provide for you? You already get your own money.
I mean, I would love to have somebody else to pay for everything.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to work just for myself.
Oh, okay. So you want to go 50-50 with a man?
No, not this.
So what you doing with your own money then? You don't like that. You know. You should want to go ahead and work hard and get it yourself. You don't want to depend on no man. Depend on no one, to be honest.
I'm independent right now.
But you always be independent. So if you leave, then what?
I mean, I'm gonna continue working, but I don't want to have somebody that's gonna take care of me all the way.
So why would a man want to take you serious and make you the one?
I've seen people that, I mean, they have girls and they have a lot of money and they want to just have a pretty side of it.
Well, I'm not one of those type of guys. You know, it's more than looks. It's been pretty important to me. So I'm not one of those guys. Like I said, if you came back trying to, finesse me, or I think I'm something, that's not it.
Have a nice car, have a nice chat, give you a ride, or
give you a ride for what?
Just so we can get to know each other. Like,
I mean, we talking right now, right?
Yeah.
So why would I take you for a ride? We talking right now.
I think it's really
I find every waste my time and your time. I don't really see this like anywhere, to be honest. It's all right. Let me see your hand real quick. This man. Oh, do it again real quick. Okay. All right. I'll be side. I got you. Open the door so we can head out. I said open the door so we can head out. You gotta pull it harder. Hold on, let me see something. Back up real quick. Let me see something real quick. Go ahead, pull it. Pull it now. Have a nice day. I'm good, man. God. Did I hear this girl?
She basically wanted a man to take care of her. Why she do nothing? You're not going for the man 2, 3, 4, man. Listen. He said high standards. I make videos. My brothers that watch this video. That you're not setting for less. At all.
Oh my God. Ooh, this is very tight. She look kind of nice in my hair. How you doing? Why you looking like that? Like, damn. Are you like you freaking germ or something? Let me get to know me. Then my name's not here. You tell me, hey, you do look good. Follow you. Now I'm following you. Ah, that's crazy. Wow. She went so crazy. This I was following her though. Like one of the worst rejects ever. Like somebody come to you like, why you follow me? That's not like cool. You got it. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, she wanna walk back. Wow. Yo, what's up?
It's all you.
Come on, of course, what's up though? What you want?
You like that?
What you like that? What you mean? I'm Masculinity right now. Okay, you just came out of nowhere. Say don't even, I don't do the handshakes. I'm good. I'm not trying to know you or none of that. Yeah, I'm good on that. Of course, I mean, you see me sitting inside the car, right? Nah, I don't do that. Nothing wrong with that neither, but it's I know it's nice, that's why I got it. Yeah. But like, what you want, though? I got somewhere to be right now. You're buying my time right now. Get in for what? Talk about what? Like, listen, what are we talking about? Like, you understand what you like? I was freaking journey. You want to try to give me the time?
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like texture.
Freaking journey. You want to try to give me the time of day? Like, see, you looked up, you gave me the steak first. Okay, that's cool. Ashley, you go bio day, keep up with it. Get in for what? I want to finish this on my car. I'm just not being gonna match your hand right now. You apologize, but like it's not even genuine though. It's genuine though. Like you just told me why I'm following you, right? So why you got my car? But still, I don't matter. You ran, you could have ran, jogged, skipped, whatever. Why are you following me though now? Why are you still stalking me right now? You was alright, like so why you still right there? But like when you told me why I'm following you, I want myself away. Right? That's right. I know I was walking. Well, okay, but I was walking. I said, "How you doing? You want to take me time of day?" You're just not giving team. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like, so why should I give you another chance? Because you're gonna be like, why though? Why now? What changed? So that's like a nice guy now. So does my car look nice, sound nice, or is it me? I look nice. Like, what's going on? So you ain't come out to my car? Okay. Oh, okay. So your name Ashley, right? So where you from? Like Houston. Oh, so I'm from Ohio. I was talking my neighborhood, trying to be friends. You know what I'm saying? I thought you'd be a good friend. I had, you know. Why ain't not here though? But is you worth like wasting my time? Like, is you worth my time right now? Cause I like wasting my time. Nah, I can't get you. I gotta get maybe more. Fuck you sell my car. And my about real quick though. It's crazy. All these guys want to hop inside a training car. Like, they see a nice car, they just want to hop inside. That's crazy. It's like all you gotta have is to get a nice girl. It's kind of crazy. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Come over here. I want you to get hit. What you say?
But my bad.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, like you kind of approached me in the wrong way. So
right. How you doing? That's all I said.
Okay, well I'm just saying
no, I mean, I'm saying like when I approached you, how you doing? You want to take the time of day?
Yeah, because you came out the door. How
come the block was just walking?
No.
I said I was just walking. What do you think?
Because I was looking at.
Oh, okay. Go to spin for me, check it out real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk inside. Don't waste my time, alright? So what's up though? Tell me about yourself.
My name's Ashley. I'm from Houston. I'm in school for a couple hours right now.
Okay, that's what's up. How long you been in school?
It's my second year.
Okay. So how's school going? Okay, so what you do for work?
Oh, right now I'm in LPN.
Huh?
LPN.
Oh, LPN. Oh, okay.
It's almost like close to like whatever it's.
Oh, okay. So how long you been doing that?
Pretty much.
2 years? Oh, okay. So your whole schedule kind of going to school, they going on work. Okay, like that. You a hustler? Okay, that's just so I like that. You know, a lot of people they want to think something, man. You know,
I'm kind of glad you brought that up because I feel like that's a big something nowadays. Like a lot of people don't want to do what they're supposed to do. Hold
on. What you mean? What you mean we supply? What you mean? Like, why we gotta be so entitled to take care of a woman?
Because it's not what a man's supposed to do.
Okay, then so what you supposed to do?
You would like to do a woman that's not involved in her life.
Okay, so are you cooking?
No, I'm not doing that.
So what do you? Only you feel like it. Hold on. So you know a lot about what a man. So listen. You know a lot about what a man needs to do, right? So, but you don't know nothing about what a woman needs to do.
I know what a woman needs to do.
So
if you couldn't help me talk, that is not it. That's not providing and doing what a man is supposed to do.
Okay, but are you cooking? Are you cleaning though?
Unless I want to. Yeah.
What do you actually? So how would you feel your man say? Unless I feel like paying the bills.
You're supposed to. You're obligated.
So you obligated to pay? I mean, you obligated to cook, clean though, right?
I'm not obligated.
Okay, then nobody's obligated to do nothing. That's what I'm saying. If you do that, it's a plus. If you do this, it's a plus. But if your man taking care of the bills, I would. You're wrong. Listen. Now you get disrespectful. Listen.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, what you mean I'm just saying?
have a conversation.
So, is your mom and dad together?
They sure are.
Okay, so I guarantee your mom is cooking for your dad.
If
Guarantee.
she feels like it, he don't say get up and go. You know what I'm saying? Get in the kitchen and cook.
So, but if you say, hey, babe, I'm hungry, like, what's up?
If she.
This is the pink salt recipe that took me from 179 to 126 in just weeks. You know what the best part is?
If she feels like it's not.
So if he hungry, then what? If he hungry, but if he hungry, then what? Is he gonna starve? Cause she don't feel like doing it?
Yes, but he knows how to cook kitchen and cook for himself.
So he gotta cook for himself and plus pay the bills? Come on now, listen.
What is he gonna do?
Listen. What you mean look at what are we talking about? Like if he paying the bills, if I'm paying the bills, I would like my woman to actually at least cook and clean. That's the bare minimum right there.
The bare minimum?
Yeah, that's bare minimum right there.
Just because you have to pay for where you stay at home.
So okay, so you don't want to pay. So okay, right now you pay your own bills, right? Right?
My father pays.
The father pay your bills. Oh, okay, your father pay your bills. Okay. But he's okay. It's a good father. You pay your bills. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Doing the father's duties right now, right? But you want to pay your own bills, right? You don't want to like do it yourself.
If I have to, yeah. But if I have a man involved in the situation, then he's just not gonna be around me for no reason.
So what are you doing? Okay, if the man add value to your life, how you add value to you?
I'm just being me. I'm just here.
You just here in a way. Any girl can be in a way.
Not in that.
So what are you doing then?
I'm not providing this woman.
You don't got to provide. I'm just saying, but are you cooking and cleaning? That's what I'm saying. That's something simple that you can do.
So
if it's not in you, then I can't teach you. If it's not in you, it should probably be you. Like that's just common sense.
Yeah, I mean it's common sense, but a person shouldn't be obligated to do something that they want to do.
But I'm saying though, like you would want to do that, right? You should want to do that.
Want to, yeah. If I want to keep her, if I want to, that does not mean I have to do it.
So your man don't have to pay the bills.
He's a man. He's supposed to. He has to.
And you woman, you supposed to. You have to then. They go in the same category.
We have two different perspectives.
I mean, maybe, like I said, me, I would have to date a woman that's going to at least cook, clean, at least. I'm doing all that. If my woman can't do that, then I'm straight. I'm cool. So I see, it's good we know that now because I know where it's going to go. I know they ain't going farther than France.
Right. I know.
So I see where your mindset at.
Scared for life.
I get a woman that's scared to get in the kitchen with her hands with her.
It's like, I should have to get like a slave.
So what you mean a slave for? So what's it called?
You need to get up and do
and cook and eat, you know. Right? Stuff I gotta do it for you, right? I see your mindset at like you like go use this type of vibes. Now I'm broke.
Look, I'm just
so now I'm broke now.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Okay.
If you anybody that's
I'm not saying. No, I'm not. You don't lie with where I'm like what type of woman.
I don't align with broke people and broke men who are scared to provide.
So
that's
now I'm broke. So a broke guy, he broke because he don't want to provide.
I'm just saying what you're saying. I'm just saying what you're saying.
Listen. That don't move me. I want you to know that right now. Like what you're saying right now.
I'm not trying to move you. We having a conversation, right?
I know. I want you to have a conversation, right? About that. I'm just saying though, like right now you be going to the vibes. So right now you're wasting my time right now. So you got this whip. It's not getting nowhere, right?
Yeah, it ain't going nowhere. I don't tune out providers. I don't do that. Look, we just have a conversation.
That's cool.
Ain't no point in arguing.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying you wasting my time right now.
You wasting my time too.
Okay,
that's why I dealt with the alcohol.
Okay then.
Weirdo.
And I'm weirdo. Why you in my car then?
Because we talking, right? You invited me in, right? You invited me in, right?
Why you in my car?
You invited me in, right?
Okay, then get out my whip.
I already did.
Yeah.
Weird.
Cool. Enjoy your walk.
Weird. You're there. Enjoy your ride.
Enjoy your walk. Somebody mad. Somebody mad.
Enjoy your ride.
That's these females nowadays, like they don't even want to cook. Like they don't want to cook or clean. That's the bare minimum. If a guy paying your bills, y'all if this girl watching this video, if a man paying your bills, cooking and cleaning, that is just like the bare minimum. Like why not do that? Like why not? These females is something. I mean, do me feel me like this video right now, man. Subscribe, come on that bill. Follow on Facebook, Snapchat, Patreon. If you guys want to earn money with me, the description below. I'm just gonna take this video and I'm out. Peace.
tell which app is a trap? Google Playcam. Download apps, not traps.
Why would this guy get new permanent teeth in 24 hours? Instead of placing you in temporary teeth, you get your permanent teeth in 24 hours.
I want to give a shout out to Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso and a few of the other African leaders that are really taking charge in Africa's freedom and independence. I think it's awesome that Burkina Faso kicked the French out. They're like, yo, we don't need your shit. We're going to do our own shit, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Pour poursuivre notre révolution, nous allons développer nos infrastructures, que ce soit du côté de la santé, du côté de l'éducation, que ce soit les infrastructures routières. Nous allons développer notre industrie, transformer ce que nous voulons et consommer ce que nous avons transformé. Soyez ceux-là aussi qui véhiculent notre idéologie au sein donc de la masse populaire.
They've been trying to assassinate him, I think about 18 assassinations. They just don't want Africa to be independent. They want Africa to depend on Europe. I mean, Europe has colonized Africa for hundreds and hundreds of years.
The United States and France are determined to do to Captain Traoré what they did to so many others. In Burkina Faso, to the great Thomas Sankara, in the Congo, to the great Patrice Lumumba, and so many other leaders that they have dispensed with extreme prejudice.
You know, you got the Congo, which they barely talk about. The Congo, which King Leopold, who was a piece, he was almost worse than Adolf, killing almost 20 million Congolese people in the French Congo, taking resources, cutting their hands off. You know, they still sell chocolate hands in Belgium. They sell chocolate hands, which is a representation of what King Leopold was doing. King Leopold II was doing to Africans, maiming them, doing all kinds of raping and pillaging them. Horrible. The Congo is still suffering, by the way, and everybody should recognize that. They always show all the other wars going on, but the Congo is suffering because you need your cell phones. You need all this other all these electronics to work, and the Congo has so much resources. Africa in general, being Nigerian, we know Nigeria is the 4th leading exporter of oil, so they're just all up in Africa. All these people are still trying to recolonize Africa. The Portuguese, the Dutch, all right, the British colonizers, all of the Europe, Spain, they're all up in there. Always have been, and it's nice to see them leaving and leave Africa alone. Yes, and I think Ibrahim Traoré, I really, really wish him well, and I want him to stay alive. And you know how that can be? It can be through the other Africans supporting him, because a lot of these leaders always have sellouts that come and take them out. There's people inside, but I think Traoré is going to be strong. I think he's smart enough to know, because the fact that he took the lead, I think he got all his in position, and I'm really praying for that, because I love to see that any African country be independent, because we're not even together. If the African continent was one, imagine African Americans, everybody would be connected. So they purposely have divided everything else. That's why we're all f***ed up now. Like China is not divided with the Chinese people in America. They sure aren't. India isn't. All these other countries aren't. I don't know they're not. I guarantee you, if Africa was one, whoo, I bet you there wouldn't be as much police brutality with African Americans and not so much mass incarceration, because Africa would be able to say, hey, we're not going to give you any of our resources if you don't leave our black people alone. But so they got us now divided. So Africans and African Americans, sometimes we clash. We're getting better at it. Not all of us do it. And so even in Africa, they border. You can't even go to the neighboring country without a passport. They did that. These are Europeans that did it. See, in Europe, you can take a train and go to Italy, go to France and all that. Then you can go anywhere you want. But in Africa, they decided to divide all the African countries, which was a brilliant idea if you want to conquer people and them up. But I want to give a shout out to Ibrahim Traoré and all the good African leaders. I hope African leadership really starts to take over. You know, there's millions and millions of us, and Africans are smart as hell, and I hope that Africa can become one united continent, 54 countries, and I hope that it can happen. And none of this black on black hatred and all this bull. You understand? And General Langley, the House Negro that they're hired to accuse Ibrahim of corruption, as if we don't have it in our own country, is hysterical. They fired a whole bunch of people in the White House, a whole bunch of black employees, but now Africa's trying to come together and they send a coon over there. This motherfucker coming in, is you with, is you ain't. Well, I feel that, I feel well, let me tell you now, I think that they corrupt over there in that Africa there, Phil. Mm-hmm. That's right, and I am here to stop it. If my name ain't General Langley, ain't nobody gonna get past me. All them resources they have, they don't want to share. How dare they? Them African shit. I'm African American. I ain't got no connection. I checked my 23andMe, and it said 100% coon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. How dare you? You're like that character in Django. The one that Sam Jackson played, that's you. They always got that one Negro that had to watch all over the slaves. You understand? But guess what? Rebellious slaves, you know that? Rebellious slaves, the ones that actually fought for the freedom, is the reason why your ass is a general. And you go and ruin that and their spirit up because you a sellout. That's some sellout shit. And everything you saying is a lie. Hey, I'm sorry. I got crazy. You guys, you let me know how you feel. If you want Africa to be one united front, that would be a beautiful thing. Every other country is trying to be that.
For those of us climbing to the top of the food chain, there can be no mercy. There is but one rule: hunt or be hunted.
Somebody out there say working harder than you.
Lose! I don't lose! I win! I win! That's my job! That's what I do! Come on, you scared coward! You got man in the with me. You can't last 2 minutes in my world. Look at you scared now, you hoe. Scared like a little white pussy. Scared of the real man.
He was looking at me, and he just had this like look, and he's just swinging the dance. And I said, "You're not gonna beat me. I'm prepared to die." And I meant that, man. I swear to God on my life, I meant that.
I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that inch.
I just cracked one day, and I was like, fuck happiness. I'm just gonna do stuff.
Let me be very clear. I'll never give up. Never.
You didn't learn your limitations. I have no limitations. I woke up. Everybody else is fucked. Because I woke up. That's how I look at it. You all had a chance until I woke up. And today's mine. That's just what it is. Do you fear anybody?
No. No. If you're willing to fight me, we can fight, no problem. Come and try me, anyone.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you? Is this how you turn down a Hollywood Pinocchio that plays like a woman? What can I do? What can I do?
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die!
No, you clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Testosterone has some very interesting effects on the brain. The major mental effect of testosterone is it makes effort feel good.
Next time I call you directly, you'll pick up the phone. Logan, let me give you the ABCs of me. I don't take meetings, I set them. And my respect isn't demanded, it's earned.
There is a hook in me. One you cannot see. But it is there. You think I have a choice? There is no fucking choice.
Why go to China if you're not going there to try and win? There's really no point in really going. That's the attitude I've had my entire life. That's the attitude I will always have. As I would explain to my dad, second sucks, and thirds even worse.
It's just a feeling on tour. That's not too bad sometimes. That's not too bad. I want to win. That's just my nature.
Good luck. You'll find the strength to do what needs to be done. Kill the boy, Jon Snow. Winter is almost upon us. Kill the boy. And let the man be born.
What broke him down? Was it just the body punches? I was hitting with body punches. I heard him actually he was crying in there, making woman gestures like, I can't. I was find it, but I knew that he was breaking down soon.
Be the guy who embraces the ugly, the miserable. Be the guy who embraces hard work, the grind. Don't be afraid of being hurt. Don't be afraid of sacrificing some blood.
Damn, man, come on! What's the matter with you? There is no tomorrow! There is no tomorrow! There is no tomorrow! A huge fight for your career, a huge fight for the sport. What does tomorrow night mean to you?
Joe, in 16 hours' time, this man is gonna learn that if you disrespect a person's kindness and take it as a weakness, you must pay. Tomorrow night, I'm gonna make this man pay with his life, and I mean it. You're dead in that octagon tomorrow night.
And I dedicated this fight. I wasn't gonna fight. I dedicated this fight to him. I was gonna rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lennox is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody vicious. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
People think that you should be weak and you should be docile and then you should be a pacifist. He goes, no, you should be a monster. He said you should be a monster, you should be ruthlessly ambitious, and then learn how to control it. And it's not an expression. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
You won't die, and if you do die, you won't care, because you'll be dead. Best case, you win. Worst case, it won't matter.
Turn your feelings off when it comes down to you wanting to be better. What that means is when that alarm clock goes off, your feelings gotta go away. It's raining outside, it's cold outside, but you don't want to put those long hours in at work. That's what I'm talking about. Your feelings must go away.
You know, there's an expression that I've said on this podcast many times, but I'll say it again, is that hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men and hard times.
You're just a bitch.
Correct.
You're honestly, that's not me trying to be some after school special shit. You really are a bitch. Real men ain't doing it. Real men don't care about that gossipy bullshit. Get to work, man.
Come on! Come on! Congratulations. You achieved failure. Failure has been achieved, thank God. Now, the only place to go from failure is to win. You have to achieve failure. You have to take it that far. Nobody wants to go that far. It's too scary. But you know something? I got news for you. That's where winning is. It always has been.
Be a dangerous man. Now, being dangerous is not being a threat. They're two different things. All right? And it's not about going out and lifting weights and getting a bunch of tattoos and wearing leather jackets and walking around with your chest and shoulders up, hulking around saying, I'm dangerous. That's very rarely is that a dangerous man. Often the most dangerous man in the room is the quietest man in the room.
I don't care how good you are in anything, you don't have discipline, you ain't nobody.
Right.
You're nothing without discipline. Because you give up on the slightest struggle without discipline.
100%.
Discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it.
Doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it.
You find no answers in the light. None. It's too happy. It's too nice. And we don't need to be taught how to live in happiness. That just comes naturally to us. Happy moments, but the dark times, man, you can't get there unless you put yourself there.
And by purposefully choosing difficult things, you will armor yourself against that situation. It's still going to suck. But think about how much more fragile you would be if you hadn't overcome all of this stuff. We spoke about this yesterday. Every single person that I know that is incredibly successful in a balanced way and has a good perspective on it elects to do very hard things regularly. It humbles them, it reminds them that they're just mortal, and it also means that if the entire mainstream media apparatus tries to come down on top of you, let's say, just as a hypothetical, let's say that occurs, that you can deal with them because you know that you've dealt with 1,000 disgusting kettlebell workouts followed by a coulter or whatever.
Because this world we live in is tough. It's tough. It will beat you down. The world and the life that we live in is the ultimate competitor. It will try to take you out. It will find your weakness, and it will just hammer you.
It's like a personal curse.
100%. So if I can help you build belief, build confidence to the point where nothing can hurt you because you know exactly who.
I can't catch a break, guys. Get them the fuck away from me. I can't be around those guys. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't buy it. Because everybody has bad breaks. I've had a ton of bad breaks. But you know what I did? I stayed up. And I thought through it. And I figured out what the fuck I did wrong. And then I went back. It's like, I fucked up everything I've ever done 100 times. There's no other way to do it. And I've had a bunch of shitty breaks. Everybody has. But you got to realize when you have those shitty breaks what that is. It's an opportunity for you to reassess, reboot, get better, figure out another way, find another way through. It's just little challenges.
You've faced your demons. You've been able to go on an audiobook in your mind. Maybe you didn't write a book, but in your mind, you were able to hear all your past traumas. You were able to listen to them. You're able to say, okay, now I can now talk to people about what I went through. I'm no longer embarrassed. I'm no longer ashamed. Being ashamed is one of the biggest things that kill people nowadays. In their minds, kill them from moving forward. I'm ashamed of myself. Don't ever be ashamed of anything you've done in your life. Face it, fix it, make it better. We are humans. But then again, if you always think that we're humans, you will always just be a human and always make the same fucking mistakes. You must take this knowledge that you learn from all this is knowledge. So I'm just trying to give people that strength to go in the archives of your life. Because while you're probably fucked up, there's probably something happened to you in your life. Go through the archives, dig it up, study it, and then use it for yourself. That's the main purpose for me right now.
You'll be less than. You'll be a fucking loser if you don't. I can't leave the gym. You won. You fucking won. When you walk out of here today, you know, you've won. Imagine walking out the door a loser. I'd rather die. I would rather die than be that loser guy. Think about that. If you want to walk out that door a damn loser, then you walk out the door a winner. You know, I'll fight to the death. Sometimes I just went close to death. It sounds crazy, but you gotta give it that much. If you want results, otherwise you'll be like everybody else. The majority of the population, they think they're training hard. That was hard.
And the people that look at those challenges and go, why do I always have these challenges? They're cancer. Those people are dangerous to be around. They will rob you of your enthusiasm. They don't give you any fuel. They're the opposite of fuel. Like the fuel people,
they're the
people that are kicking ass. The people that are out there just fucking hustling, always getting things done. The guy, like my friend Jocko, every morning I'll check his Instagram page, 4:30, shows a picture of his watch, get after it. He's out there working out 4:30 in the morning. He does it every fucking morning. Why? Because he doesn't want to. And that's how you do it. You go and get after it, you don't make any excuses. And those kind of guys are fuel. But those I can't catch a break guys, they're the opposite of fuel. They're just pissing on your fire. They're no fun. And then the people that surround them are all idiots. Because only idiots want to be around I can't catch a break guys. Only the dummies stick around. After a while, even if they're your good friend, you gotta be like, bro, you gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop with all this I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead hustling. You could be instead chasing your dream. You could be instead figuring out what you're doing wrong, trying to improve certain aspects of your life, getting your shit together, reading a book, meditating, something. break, it's something. But this I can't catch a break shit, it's not helping anybody, and it pushes everybody away from you.
You're a man. You are a man. Stand up and be a man. Make the hard decisions, make the sacrifices, make the unpopular decisions, and become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, full responsibility to change.
Right now in life, your family's looking for that one guy right now. They're looking for that one guy who's strong, who's that pillar for the family in hard times. Make sure you look around. They look around and find you. These are the times right now for you to step up. Be that guy that can take anything. Stay hard.
It's hard when you're young to wake up in the off season at 6 a.m. to go train and work out, knowing that all your friends are sleeping in and eat pancakes. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, weighed down with all your gear, and it's 90 degrees out and all the other kids are at the pool or at the beach, and your body is already completely exhausted from workouts in 2 days. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and tackle, and hit kids when they're way bigger and way more developed than you, only to go home that night bruised and battered and strained, but knowing you have to show up again the next day for just the chance to try again. Understand this, life is hard.
You'll wonder whether you made the right call and have no way to know for years. This is what hard feels like, and that's okay. Everything worth doing is hard, and the more worth doing it is, the harder it is. The greater the payoff, the greater the hardship. If it's hard, good. It means no one else will do it. More for you.
I get happier about the harder it is because I know that no one else will follow.
It's a selection effect.
And I think if you can shift from this is hard to no one else will be able to do this, then it flips from being this thing that you're like, oh, poor me, to oh, poor everyone else. You're gonna have to fucking try.
And then how do you do what you do? Another step. That is real failure. That is real cool. So a lot of people can take one more step and they choose not to. I don't know if you can take 2 steps. You gotta answer that question after you take the first step. But I can always take one more step, so if I choose not to, that's on me. I gotta live with it.
discover who I really am.
This ain't you, bro. This ain't you. You weren't born like this.
Like, I'm 54 years old right now. Like that. I mean, it just flew by. And you think when you're young that you have all this time. You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is, you know, there is no tomorrow, from Rocky 3.
Tomorrow.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Lazy people do a little work and think they should be winning. But winners work as hard as possible and still worry if they're being lazy.
You should be a monster. He said you should be a monster. You should be ruthlessly ambitious and then learn how to control it.
There's no hacks, bro. It's you against you. You against you. And if you misunderstand that, you have a real problem.
And it's that old expression, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Then you negotiate with your body to find more strength, but don't you give up on me, Brock. You keep going, you hear me? You keep going, you're doing good, you keep going. You not quit on me, you keep going. It hurt. I know it hurt, you keep going. You keep going. It's all hard from here. 30%. Keep going, Brock. Come on, keep going. Burn, and let it burn.
And I'm telling you from the bottom of my soul, it is so easy to beat people today. They're so soft. They have no work ethic. No one can stick with anything. Everyone's distracted. They're on social media. They're counting their notifications because they can't stick with shit. They can't say no.
It's that hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men and hard times.
Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse. It becomes a reason. It becomes a rationale for not proceeding down that path.
When chosen suffering is going to happen in life. Your parents are going to pass away, loved ones are going to die, your relationships are going to break down, your body is going to fail you, you're going to become ill or sick or destitute. Things are going to happen that you have no control over. And the only way that you can prepare yourself for unchosen suffering is with chosen suffering.
And I'm telling you that you don't need to determine. I'm telling you it's worth it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you it's worth it.
Yeah.
And you know what? You actually know it's worth it. That's why you're asking this question. You know it's worth it. You know it's worth it to have discipline. But you think there's an easier way. You think that it's something that people have. You think that when Jocko's alarm clock goes off, it's like, oh, just like my father taught me, I rise and I shine. You know, like, no. It's like the pillow feels soft and comfortable.
Yeah.
And the alarm clock is banging on my head and I don't like it. But you know what? I know it's worth it to get up and get after it. I know it's worth it, and you know it's worth it.
Here's the thing,
we all know it's worth it.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you? Is this how you turn down a Hollywood Pinocchio that cries like a woman? What can I do? What can I do?
If you have to ask how to get motivated to go to the gym, you don't need to be going to the gym. You don't want it enough. When you're sick and tired of looking and feeling like shit, you'll show up. I'll see you there. Because you're going to look in the mirror and you're going to be like, fuck that. You're going to want to be in the gym.
Turn your feelings off when it comes down to you wanting to be better. What that means is when that alarm clock goes off, your feelings gotta go away. It's raining outside, it's cold outside, but you don't want to put those long hours in at work? That's what I'm talking about. Your feelings must go away.
Give a man a purpose and the ability to achieve it, and he will crawl over broken glass with a smile. And I think that feeling capable and powerful and competent and respected and admired is something that will get a man so far. You give a man those things, and he'll deal with suffering until the ends of the earth.
How bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live, breathe, or sleep, whatever the hell it may be,
Milton Hershey School is my school. Here, we live and learn on campus, and everything is provided. at no cost. MHS changed my life. You could change yours, too.
Breathe or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with you. A lot of people, most people don't want it that badly. Which is why they always ask the question, man, how did you get to where you are? You know how to do it. You know exactly how to be you or how to be me. You don't want to do it. There's no luck in this game, man. It may be a little bit of luck, but the luck happens after you bust your ass and you put yourself in that lucky situation. Luck doesn't happen. You put yourself in that situation where luck might happen. And that's what people don't know. But to get there, what happened? You have to put yourself in that situation, man. It takes a lot of work.
Here is a mile wide and an inch deep. And so it looks like this ocean that you're going to step into and drown. But as soon as you step into it, you realize it was not that deep at all, and you can keep walking through it. And I just love that visual, because a lot of times when it's like we have this anxiety around this big decision we have to make, if you actually take the step and realize that it's not death, you're not going to drown immediately. There's plenty of other steps you can take from there, even if you get a little wet.
If you want to change your life, you must change your ways. You must develop discipline. You must develop strength. It doesn't matter where you are in life. It really doesn't. Because the great thing about life is it's always your next move. Your next move that counts.
If your definition of success is win or lose, giving everything you've got and growing or learning along the way, then you're setting yourself up for success. I really think the biggest cheat code in life is just going after it and not being concerned of whether or not you fail at one specific task. Instead, understanding the big picture, what your long-term goal is, and knowing if you keep driving forward and never fucking quit, in the end you will succeed.
The thing is, man, it's always going to be a party. There's always going to be a time to celebrate, and a time to join friends, or a day to, I mean, the bars are always open. Always open. No matter how old you are, they're always open, you know? What's not always open is the opportunity to check the box in life, you know, to achieve your dreams. That's not always open.
Here's something a guy said recently. This dude said, there's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever. That guy was you that said that. And it's important when we step out of this. Like, this stuff matters because no one's effing coming to save you.
It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. You talked about that you were kind of, you know, lonely by yourself. I was the same way. And that used to hurt me growing up. Now I feel, you know, I know this shit. That's the only place to be. Hard work looks horrible. It's not motivating. It's not motivating at all. It ain't like Rocky round 14 where he gets knocked down and goes a disc to Apollo Creed. Looks like a man being stuck in a fucking dungeon. And there's no fucking way out. But you have the fucking key. But you refuse to use it. And that's not motivating about that.
You're a man. You are a man. Stand up and be a man. Make the hard decisions. Make the sacrifices. Make the unpopular decisions. And become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, full responsibility to change.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Reminder that if you want to be exceptional, you're going to be different from everyone else. That's what makes you exceptional. You can't fit in and also be exceptional. Both have discomfort. When you fit in, you have internal conflict because you're not being 100% you. When you're exceptional, You have external conflict because everyone sees you as different. Pick one. When your friends start to say, you've changed, remember it's because they don't know how to say, you've grown.
You know, some of y'all are motivated by broke. I'm broke, I'm stuck, I'm fucked up, I can't do nothing. Some of y'all are motivated by just wanting to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. Other folks are motivated by materialistic things. It's a very simple concept. If you want it, you gotta go get it.
The dumb shit that I've done or the bad mistakes that I've made, they've taught me. You know, you learn. Like, that's why failure is so important. Like, failing and fucking up and making mistakes, it's very important. That's how you learn. See, the bad feeling that you get from something that you shouldn't have done or wish you didn't do or wish you did better, like especially failing at something where you half-assed it, that just teaches you. It teaches you to get your shit together.
Man, how do you do what you do? At the end of the day, I ask myself one question: can I take one more step? And usually the answer is yes. So if you can answer that question and not take another step, that is real failure. That is real quitting. So a lot of people can take one more step and they choose not to. I don't know if you can take 2 steps. You got to answer that question after you take the first step. But I can always take one more step, so if I choose not to, that's fuck.
Your motivation. You need discipline. Because motivation's not there every day. I'm missing motivation most days.
Wow,
Some
really?
days, yeah, sometimes I got motivation. Sometimes like, yeah, today I feel good. I can't wait to get to the gym. But a lot of days, like, gotta get to the gym. And then once I get going, then I feel great. And I feel great when it's over. But it's that beginning part that's hard because your body wants to stay comfortable. Your body will trick you. Man, today you should take the day off. You're not feeling good. Theo, what did you get, like 6 hours sleep last night? That's not enough.
Going into combat, going into war, out of the 100 men that go into war, 10 shouldn't even fucking be there. 80 of them are just targets. 10 do most of, or 9 do most of the fighting. 1 is a warrior. And it's a true quote to life.
feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately needed to be replaced. So I called a few contractors, but they all quoted me a hefty $10,000.
Technically, it's Sunday over here in Uganda, and I decided to get into the church spirit. And I was reading my scriptures and thinking about how good the Lord has been. When all of a sudden, I get an email. The email says, Remy has hit the wall so bad, she's now swirling. Huh? And like I always said, O'Shea, once a woman is the wall, no man of value is obligated to answer her call.
He's right, you know.
Because Billy Z is an Irish rapper from Boston, signed to Jadakiss, and some people say that he's the best white rapper since Eminem, and he definitely likes black women. So I still did not know what he was talking about until I clicked on this particular Facebook link. This Facebook link says, "It's that serious? Who knew Remy Ma was down with the swirl?" And so I was like, okay, that's Remy Ma and him at the game, and they're hanging out. Then I see this post from ENT.H0UR. It says, Remy Ma just out here having her way since her and Papu split. Now she got a little vanilla milkshake. You know what I had to do? I had to go to the comments. Jesus says, so because he's sitting there talking to him, that means they're in a relationship? Okay, got it. Another individual says, she's out here lost without Papoose. The person goes, nothing wrong with a little vanilla ice. The individual goes, I don't care what people say. Pat did something to Remy for her just to start doing what she's been doing.
Stop the cap.
This individual is trying to justify the fact that Remy Ma has been out here getting her cheeks all the way clapped up. Not to mention that she ended up with Easy the Block Captain, and that didn't work out, but it's okay. Tony says, and that's what folk get from minding other people's business. Go Remy. Monique says, y'all just don't really say anything. Just because two people are watching the game doesn't mean that they are sleeping together. LOL, like, huh? And this is an actual valid point. Just because people are, somebody's in the game, it doesn't mean that. She keeps getting wagger and wagger. The individual says, y'all link everywhere. I hope no man ever sits next to you. Well, you probably don't have to worry about that, honey. Just because she is sitting next to a person does not mean that she is with him. Even if they are together, she can't have a friend. But it goes, y'all ain't seen him touching all on her. Now, again, I mean, we can continue going on to the speculation, but the reality is that they're there. And I did notice that, okay, while he is there, basically he is, is he touching on her boob, touching on her, and, she seems to be enjoying herself. And the way she, tilted her head at him, it's kind of like, she's interested in the guy a little bit. Because I'm going to tell you like this, Remy Ma is a very upfront person, and she's sitting next to the guy in the front row seats. It definitely seemed like they are there together. They are hanging out together. And this is interesting because people don't want to make a big deal out of it, but I do think it's a big deal. Number one, this guy is a bigger rapper than Easy the Block Captain. Number two, he's white, and let's talk about that. Because, let's be honest. The black guys are not. We all know that Papoose is black, and so some people out there are going to blame Papoose for being a black man. As we know, black men get the blame for everything. That didn't work out, so fast forward. Let's go to Easy the Block Captain, right? Easy the Block Captain was, in my honest opinion, a complete loser. He was no way on the same level as Remy Ma. He was just there, a younger guy, a guy with not much success, and a guy that could easily be controlled, right? Now, Remy Ma hanging out with this guy indicates one thing. This guy is signed to Jadakiss, which means that he's not on Jadakiss level. And if he was on Jadakiss level, he would definitely not be there with Remy Ma. And what this tells me is he's a guy doing a little bit better than Easy the Block Captain, or even a lot better, but he's not on the same level as Papoose. He's definitely not on the same level as Jadakiss. This puts this guy in every equation to be with Remy Ma, especially a guy who likes black women, and Remy Ma is definitely single. What does this most likely tell me? Well, this is an opportunity for Remy Ma to try to swirl, okay? Because number one, have pooches with Clarissa Shields. That's already a plus. And Remy Ma, at age 40-something years old, needs to prove to the world that somebody still wants her city girl type ass. And not only does somebody want her, somebody who is a white guy wants her. This would really set hip hop off and basically put her back on Front Street again, because she just got through dealing with bum ass Easy the Block Captain. This is a perfect way to make some noise with the white key to hype. And this is what a lot of sisters do. A lot of sisters deal with white men who are not doing well, especially the boss chicks like Remy Ma. And how do we know this?
When I became a manager at a lot of these establishments, one thing that I came to learn, and it broke my heart, I'm not gonna lie, it really has affected the way my judgment towards certain people. But 8 out of 10 times, you see a sister come in there, a black woman come in there with a white guy, she's footing the bill. That, like, they had me convinced with all the videos on social media that, yo, these white men are out here killing us, they're taking our best women, blah, blah, blah. Till I got into this industry, started working, and my dude, a lot of times, 8 out of 10 times, you see a sister at an upscale restaurant with a white guy, she's footing the bill. It blew my mind when I started learning this, when I started seeing it.
No, you see this guy. He went viral for seeing this, all right? That black women foot the bill on dates with white men 80% of the time. And what kind of black women do this? Well, black women who are higher earning than
Not answering again, huh? What's going to be your excuse this morning?
white men they would want to be with. This is the perfect storm for Remy Ma. Because, let's be honest, Remy Ma is not going to get a man that makes more money than her, that will put up with her attitude or her problems right now. It's just not going to happen.
Did Jay-Z and Gloria Estefan really witness a man get drugged and assaulted at a Diddy freak-off party and then they just walked away? Or is this another cover-up being dressed up in this PR spin and celebrity denial? Because what we're seeing is not just another lawsuit. It's a glimpse into the dark corners, the silence, and the unspoken alliances.
Jay-Z and Gloria Estefan denying new claims they witnessed a man being abused at one of Sean Diddy Combs' freak-off parties.
You're gonna hear about my party, they're gonna probably be arresting me, people from all walks of life. Jay-Z talking to, you know what I'm saying? It just goes on and on.
What really happened at Diddy's infamous 2015 freak-off party in Miami? A man named Joseph Manzaro? Well, he says that he was drugged, sexually assaulted, and humiliated at a gathering thrown by Diddy at Gloria Estefan's mansion. He claims Jay-Z, Beyonce, LeBron James, and Gloria Estefan were all present. They saw him in distress. His title launch party, publicly documented, photographed, and broadcast. Sounds airtight, right? But if you know anything about celebrity alibis, you know public appearances don't necessarily mean that you have private innocence.
That alleged freak-off reportedly happened in 2015 at both Gloria and husband Emilio Estefan's Miami mansion and Diddy. That's where a new accuser claims he was sexually assaulted and humiliated by Diddy.
Joseph Manzaro's original lawsuit alleged he was invited to a party at Gloria Estefan's Star Island mansion where he claims Diddy hosted one of his infamous freak-offs, alleged drug-fueled sex gatherings that have been mentioned in all other legal filings and his current court case. Now, Manzaro says that he was drunk, sexually assaulted, and that big names like Jay-Z, Beyonce, all those names I said before, were there and they did nothing about it. While he was underdoing, I don't know whether he was, while the freak-off was going on, or it was the time right after, leading up to it, but this is what this man is claiming. Something to make note of, Diddy has a home on Star Island. Now, I'm not sure when he bought it, but this is like Billionaires Row. And if you go and look at it, even when he got caught up, the raids, all these different things that happened, well, one of the raids happened at his Miami home on Star Island. When he was taking PR pictures, when he was on a bike and he was trying to act like everything was normal, it was in Star Island. So we know he does have parties and freak-offs at that place. But here's where things start to get sanitized. Gloria Estefan's reps immediately denied the party ever took place at their mansion. In fact, they doubled down, saying no such party happened on their property from 2012 through 2019. No Diddy, no guests, no freak-off, nothing. Gloria Estefan herself went on TMZ and called the accuser not well in the head, and she never hosted any such event. Now, Manzaro later amended his lawsuit, removing Jay-Z and Beyonce's names altogether, which, let's be real, that doesn't scream resolve, it screams legal pressure. Now, although Jay-Z and Beyonce's names were removed, LeBron James and the Estefans, well, they remain listed on the filing. LeBron's team denied he was there, pointing out that in April of 2015, he was busy leading the Cleveland Cavaliers through NBA playoffs. So, with all this happening, you can look at it two ways. Were the names removed because this guy was just shooting into the wind and naming all these different celebrities? We know allegedly that happened with another lawsuit with Jay-Z. But then, when you think about he's keeping these other names and they're having alibis, it could be a way, maybe he is getting legal pressure. Maybe he's getting pressure from other things. We don't know. But we do know Diddy's tendrils are far-reaching. And the other issue that you have on hand is that when someone makes a lawsuit, claims these people were there, and then they remove their names right away, it looks fishy. It looks like another fishing expedition. But then why these names specifically? And especially Gloria Estefan? That name right there is just so weird. I've never heard of her associated with Diddy. I've heard LeBron, we've heard Jay-Z, we've heard Beyonce, but we've never heard her name. So there's still questions swirling in my mind. Again, this lawsuit can just be another sham one.
And he says Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Gloria all witnessed his abuse, but allegedly did nothing.
Okay,
like it at all. The core of Manzaro's claim is not just about what happened to him, but who witnessed it and stayed silent, according to him. Now, if you're insulted in front of people you assume have power, fame, and some decency, I don't know why you think power and fame equals decency, okay, but you see, oh, this happens and they do nothing. What does that say about the world that they live in? You know, famously, Jay-Z has been to a lot of Diddy's parties. Beyonce has been to a lot of Diddy's parties. We know without a doubt LeBron James have been to a lot of Diddy's parties.
and weeding can be the most dreaded part of lawn care. As a proud homeowner in suburban Ohio, I want...
Welcome back to Chow Time Pods. Your host, Red. And today from the Modern King.
I'm probably going to jail.
He said this in the last few videos I covered. I didn't think he was, but I was wrong.
I don't care. I've stayed quiet long enough.
Brett Fairley has been arrested, in case you missed it. I'm sure most of you have seen it, but here are the charges as well. So here is his booking picture. There's his name. He was booked on 5/8, and here are his charges. Contempt of court, non-bondable, voting under the influence, both location device. And here is what Hazzy had to say about the situation. This is on the Mermaid Mom's page. Her comment was, he was arrested for telling a story and for child support, even though he's off the birth certificate. Also, we were nowhere near the water today, and he had no warrants. I am the silent middle. If you were not aware, he posted a 12-part series telling his side of things. He was well aware that this would possibly get him in trouble, but he was not.
That's why we got to spread the word all over the damn place.
Not supposed to be posting about this on social media, but he did not want to be silent. He wanted to get his heart out there, and for the most part, that's what he did.
Okay, the man's an idiot. I'm not saying the man wasn't. You know, he did this thing, stupid thing, but he still got taken advantage of. And in this court system, he also is not on the birth certificate anymore. He deserves to at least be off the hook of this. So I am for him doing all this. I'm actually kind of proud of the man to be willing to get arrested, to go to jail, to expose all of this.
Fortunately, he did not get to finish as he was arrested. All of these videos have now been removed.
They sent this man to jail for refusing to be silenced and sharing his story. They forced him to delete the videos he had posted.
That's why we have all the videos in our channels.
Exposing not only the mother's lies and paternity fraud, but the corrupt system that's enabling her, while punishing him when he's done nothing wrong. Unfortunately for them, me and several other people have already immortalized his story, preventing him from ever being silenced, so we can expose how our current system throws random men under the bus to protect women who lie and abuse them for financial and personal gain. Below, I have linked to the original full story of him exposing their lies. Due to their attempt at silencing him and forcing him to delete the videos from his page, I would ask that everyone watching this go and share his original full story to bring more eyes to the corruption that is taking place. Increased public scrutiny on this case will make them think twice about jailing a completely innocent man because he decided to publicly share his story. With enough pressure from widespread public attention, they would have no choice but to free him. We cannot tolerate a system that jails and punishes innocent men while protecting and enabling liars and abusers. Hopefully, Brett Fairley is able to get the justice he deserves while also preventing more to this biased system.
I mean, this is why we cover these stories and we talk about everything, right? Just to get it out there.
So Brett Fairley, who went viral for his insane paternity fraud story recently, was just arrested and made to take down all of his videos. It's a lot, but I'll give you the quick breakdown. So Brett is a young man who ends up getting approached by an older woman named Maria who asks him to be her sperm donor. She convinces him with paperwork and everything that it's all on the up and up. He's not going to be legally responsible for this child. Despite this arrangement and them only having a one-night stand to complete this arrangement, Maria ends up finding Brett's mom and is pregnant with Brett's child. This is them that he should be involved with the pregnancy. His mom and grandma now want to be a part of the baby's life, so they convince Brett that he should be too. So he agrees to start paying child support. But after a little over a year, having paid now $55,000 to this woman for this baby, he ends up taking a paternity test and finds out the baby isn't even his. Not only that, but finds out that Maria likely knew who the real father was this entire time, but refused to disclose it because the real father was married to another woman at the time. Oops. So Brett goes to court for paternity fraud, asking for his name to be taken off the birth certificate, child support to end, and to be paid back for all the child support he did pay. In a kind of surprising victory, courts actually do agree to end Brett's parental and child support obligations, but they don't make Maria pay him back, and I'm pretty sure his name is still on the birth certificate. The judge also assigns a mutual restraining order for the both of them, meaning that neither of them can ever talk about this case again. Basically a gag order. But according to Brett, Maria broke this order almost immediately by contacting his family, telling them that he's a deadbeat who abandoned his child. So Brett decides that he too is going to defy the order and clear his name. And that's when he made a multi-part series detailing all the lies, how he got played, and also his own mistakes along the way to help educate other men.
He did tell him. I mean, he did admit that he made mistakes. We all make mistakes.
I actually remember one interview where Brett was asked what he would tell his younger self if he could, and he said that if he had ever heard a story even remotely similar to what he went through, he would have never been in that situation. So his story does have the ability to prevent this from happening. But obviously the courts don't want this story out there. Why? It just makes you wonder, especially when you consider that in other countries like France, it's actually illegal for men to perform paternity tests on their kids without the mother's permission because, in their words, it would destabilize the community. And honestly, this whole concept that you have to prove paternity fraud is also crazy to me because it's like,
why do we have to prove it? It's literally just a DNA test. Boom, I'm not the father. What do I have to prove?
Did she say the kid was his? Did the DNA test say that it isn't? Seems to me that there was pretty clear deception involved. But we do have to learn from this, and honestly, this is why a lot of guys are very hesitant to sign anything until they get that DNA test. This is also why I think it's really important for women to stop taking DNA tests so personally and making it this big relationship-ending deal. You should want to be able to offer your man that reassurance, and you should also want that reassurance yourself. After all, hospital switch-ups do happen to women too. They can shut him up, but they can't shut us all up. And men need to hear this stuff. Men deserve to know if their kid is theirs or not without being shamed for wanting to know that.
For those who have never seen the story before, here is the first part of it. The entire story will be linked below. Be sure to share the original story to prevent him being silenced. Situations like this should never happen, but they won't stop until those who lie and abuse others are held accountable for their actions.
Drinking warm water before bed dropped me from 247 to 196 while I slept. Apparently thousands
who lie and abuse others are held accountable for their actions.
A few years ago, I agreed to be a sperm donor. She said she just wanted the baby and not a relationship. I was young and naive, and I trusted someone that I shouldn't have. When she told me she was pregnant, I congratulated her and moved to California. I thought that was the end of it. But then she started messaging my mom. She said she had no one, and she pressured us all to be at the birth. So we did. We were all at the birth. I signed the birth certificate, and I decided to be in the baby's life as a dad. I let her and the baby live in my Airbnb for free. I had to pay child support, and she took over $52,000 from me. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was being a dad. She started asking me to be a family, and when I refused, she called me a deadbeat online, and I stayed silent throughout it all. 2.5 years later, I decided to take 2 DNA tests. Both of them said the same thing. I was not the father. When I shared the results, she said that I was lying and that we tampered with the test.
Before you then all start believing his shit and some company with her DNA, that could have been anyone's DNA.
She filed a restraining order. A judge silenced me and made me remove all my posts, based on Maria's claim that I was actually the father. Here is the court-ordered DNA test that I had to request, and it confirmed again I am not the father.
The court always ordering these gag orders on men is ridiculous.
And while I was silent, she kept going. She was changing dates on photos, spinning stories, manipulating people online. Some people believed her. But while she was doing that, I was uncovering the truth. Connections, manipulations, lies, and the truth about who the real father is. This is just the beginning of Maria's web of lies. We're telling friends and family, and everybody's in shock.
The probability of paternity is 0%. Bro!
Isn't that the most insane thing you've ever seen in your life? I hired a lawyer, and he said, do not contact Maria again until she's served. For the first few weeks, I was just sad, and then there was this moment. Hadley and I were just sitting there, and she kind of mumbled under her breath, I can't believe she called me a whore. And both of us just started dying laughing. This was the first moment where I was like, what the And then small.
Bro, you screwed yourself. You screwed yourself bad. But it's not a bad thing overall. We got your story to prevent other men from going through this too. Sorry you had to go through it though.
Now people start talking, and I start getting messages like this. I guess all of her friends always knew who the real baby daddy was, but no one bothered to tell me. And I was pissed. I started looking at this tattoo every day. She would post this tattoo on her Facebook, and now knowing that her friends knew, I start wondering, were they laughing at me the whole time? I started to hate looking at my own arm, and I didn't want the tattoo anymore. It had nothing to do with the baby, it had everything to do with Maria. Hadley suggested that I either get it covered or removed. After some thought, I thought a line through it would symbolize moving on from the abuse, but not forgetting the child that I love. In October, Maria gets served a lawsuit, but not before I heard the process server say this.
I've been down this road with her before. Yeah, who was the guy? He did some kind of swimming pool building or something that she was fooling around with.
Apparently she's been in lawsuits with men before. I had no idea. After she was served, I gave her plenty of time, because I asked Hadley how she would react if her kid's dad served her with paperwork showing DNA results that he wasn't the dad. And Hadley said I would immediately call him and tell him to get his DNA test in front of me, because I know they're his kids. But what does Maria do? For the first time ever, she's quiet. So I post my video to my 100 followers, only to clear my name. I don't mention.
Don't worry, brother. I got some followers. Modern King got some followers. Poor Man's Podcast got some followers. We got you covered.
Hadley's name at all, and I keep the baby's identity hidden. Then the messages start rolling in. Shortly after, I'm served with a restraining order, and they're demanding I take down all my posts. And that's when they take the opportunity to start twisting the narrative on mom. And while I'm silenced for 6 months, I just start unraveling the truth about everyone in Maria's laws.
Take this as don't believe women, especially when they say they're on the pill or whatever it is. Oh, if you want you to be a surrogate or a sperm donor, your seed is so valuable. It is probably one of the most valuable things you have. Your signature and your seed. Protect those things. Please like, subscribe, comment down below. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys.
Well, damn.
Easy message from a customer named Mina. Here.
All right, guys, time to step back in time. We're going to go back about 3 or 4 years to review a monologue that KS, Kevin Samuels, gave. The title of that monologue is Men Start Winning at 40. This is so important that you stay locked into this. To me, this is one of his best monologues has ever given, and I think that if you're a man, no matter what age, the advice that he's giving you, the frame of mind that he's giving you, the power that he is giving you is absolutely genius, and you should listen to it. Without further ado,
all right. At age 40, though, ladies and gentlemen, at age 40 is where the game changes. Shout out to Game Changer. At age 40, you have put in your 20 years. You have done the work of getting your body right. You've done the work of networking, failing, trying better, failing again, and now you've gone into the second phase of life. You should have been promoted 2 or 3, at least 3 times by 40. By 40.
Oh, good morning. Why you sent me the voicemail the first 3 times I called you? Where's my guy? Is he up? Getting ready? Another time to get him ready so he's not running down the school half groggy and not awake without his toothbrush. Oh, you should be making some breakfast for him so he smells some food. You guys find the Nintendo last night? Look for it. Okay, good morning, buddy. Did you get the home? Oh, what's today? Monday? Good morning, son. How you feeling? Good. Let's do a system check. Raven Strong? Hey. Raven Strong? I am. I've become. Focus goes. Fast is. And. Fast. Let's do it. Ready to get going today? Ready for the day? All right, what we got to do this morning? What we got to do this morning? Okaya, what do we have to do this morning? Well, what do we got to do before that? That's right, we got to wake up. What's next? What else? What else? Okay, what's the last thing? There we go. Let's go. Let's get it. You don't got much time. You already slept in. It's already 8. We got like a half an hour. Time to crack it, buddy. Your mom needs to get up so she can get you going. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. You got this, all right? Have a great day. And make sure you take your allergy meds. All right, we got some things to do. Let's go. All right. Call me later. Love you, buddy.
Should have been promoted at least 3 times. And sometimes you may have to move companies to move up. You should have moved up at least 3 times. This is when you should be at the director phase of life, the regional manager, vice president. You are ready to win. This is the phase of life to where you take no prisoners. And this is the phase of life where guys got to become more and more aware, because this is the phase of life where I'm a PhD. Lose. They can no longer ride on the fact that black don't crack and they still look like they're hot enough to get in the club. I know so many women who are 35 plus, who when you look at their bodies, they are beautiful, but you touch them and they're soft. They work out, but it's not firm, it's not tight like it used to be. Because gravity and time is the same on all of us. And why is this important? Because you need to understand at age 40, your mindset needs to remember at age 20 how you had to eat shit. Because so many women will be coming along your way who had nothing for you back in the day when you were beta. Yeah, back in the day when he had nothing for you, and then he can do it there. Baby head. And you're like, don't be mean to him. Hell, talk to him, pick the brain, work with him possible. If you won't, dust a few of them off. But by no means do you get involved with them.
Yeah.
Shout out to Minister Jeff. He has a phrase that I'm going to take. He says, you're too old to mold.
Already in just a 2-minute monologue on this one episode, he's calling out different content creators that he was cool with. I counted 2. But what he's calling out is so fundamentally true. He's saying that young men and young women that are adults in the dating marketplace, a young man is way less valuable because the things that men value out of women, the aesthetics, the personality, the femininity, these things are relatively easily achievable if you were gifted those genetics and you take care of yourself. Whereas the things that men are valued for, they require putting time into the gym to develop a high income earning skill while you take care of yourself, while you work on your masculinity, while you work on your mouthpiece, your ability to talk to women. So as a man, if you're living correctly, you are increasing in value, hitting your apex around 40 years old, but at the same time, women are decreasing in value in the dating marketplace.
There used to be a brother running around the Manosphere, on the Manosphere Street talking about he doesn't deal with women over 25. I think that's a bit young. But the general sentiment is if you are a woman and you are cute, pretty, beautiful, and or gorgeous, that's 6, 8, 9, and or 10, and you have never been married, there's something wrong with her. 100% of the time, there is something wrong with her. She might be feminine. She is likely beautiful. She may say all the right things, but but somewhere there is a flaw in her mindset. And those are the women who are going to start coming out of the woodwork. These are the women who I talk to with the most to try, because they're really trying to understand, how do I correct this behavior? I didn't hear this information growing up. I didn't see it growing up. But look, I have mismanaged my prime years, and I'm trying to salvage it.
Capture life's moments with crystal clarity. The YouFone Note 16 Pro is a budget-friendly smartphone boasting a stunning 6.
Trying to salvage it. They're freezing eggs. They're taking all kind of tests. And here's the thing.
You got a sound effect for
begrudge them.
That's wild.
Any of this stuff, except one problem. They're dating in their late 30s.
Like they were in their 20s.
Like they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. And see, so many guys in their late 30s, you know, when we're hitting the time where it's time to start winning, guys are like, you know what? Well, you know what? It's time for me to go ahead and decide to settle down. But you don't settle down with these women, gentlemen. You don't settle down with these women. Why don't you settle down with these women? Because they'll ruin you. They'll ruin you because their software, their mindset is what you're going to deal with. Remember, you don't deal with a woman's what comes out of her mouth. You deal with her actions, and her mindset will tell you everything you need to know. Her mindset is modern woman. I don't care what they say, her mindset is modern woman. And a lot of women get mad at me for saying that, because a lot of women think that they are traditional women, but no, they're not. They're not traditional women, because there's no way you could get to be a traditional woman and you're still single into your 30s. None. No way. No way you could have been a traditional woman and got to be single, especially if you have the cute, pretty, beautiful endo. Because yes, they've had income come by. They've had suitable men come by. They've had relationships. Many of them have been engaged. But you know how many women that you'll find at this age who, but if they're honest with you, they'll tell you, I had opportunities, but it's always something. You know what it tends to be? It's their job. It's anything, it's not being able to follow a man. So why are men winning at this area of life? Because
you are nothing but a dirty, stinking, low-down hyena.
Because there are a lot of women that got the hyena mindset. They got the hyena mindset at this time, at phase of life. And the most important thing you can do is understand that that's who they are. Don't get mad. Just avoid them.
Just avoid them. And the thing is that you also have to be very understanding of the type of language that they may use in order to course correct you towards a direction that makes them more viable. Okay, these are the type of women that will shame you for finding women 10 to 15 years your junior, 25 to 30 years old, more attractive than women your same age. So they might say something to you like, ooh, you like them young? Huh? That's disgusting. Or they might hit you with the, ew, you like them skinny. You like skinny girls like that? Shaming your preference of normal, much more normal BMIs, which is more normal or natural the younger that they are. But just like Kevin said, hear it, nigga go in one ear and come out the other. Let's go.
Because there is nothing you can do with a hyena.
This sound effects game was on one.
That's what it sounds like when I here in Atlanta or around the country, where I hear a bunch of these women, 3 or 4 to a group, out here doing their girls' night or whatever it is, what it is. That's what you hear, a bunch of hyenas. And then they get mad at you because you come in there doing this. You come in there roaring like a lion. They're like, ooh, look at him, girl. He look like he's CIA. Shoot, he even look like he's a bag. Yep. And then they got the nerve to be looking at you like a whole snack. They're looking at you like a whole snack. And then you roll over, but then here's the funny thing. You know what the funny thing about all this is, guys? They're looking at you like you still back on the college campus, right? And what do you see? What do you see when you see these women? They're looking at you like
28 BMI.
And they roll up to you, and you're like,
get out of here.
Get with you.
Beat it.
And then if you have, and then they ask you or your opinion about something, then out of your mouth comes traditional man, masculinity man.
Have you seen this guy? You know, the one that keeps telling us to
stop running on the treadmill.
Well, you might want to listen to this.
Opinion about something, then out of your mouth comes traditional man, masculinity, manhood, hierarchies, gender roles, all that kind of stuff. Then
they lose their mind.
You spot the undercover Shirley, and you call it out. Hey, Shirley, and what do you hear?
Shirley, you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Shirley, you can't be serious. And she's like, I am serious. Don't call me Shirley. Let me get this right. You are 5'4", 170 pounds, $200,000 in student loan debt. You want to have 39 years old. You want to have 3 kids, and you don't have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant with the first child. And you don't want to have to work or be responsible for more than 10% of the family bills. Yet you want to travel, you want to open your own business, a daycare, a spa, everything else. You can't be serious, Shirley.
Shirley, you can't be serious.
And they're all over Atlanta, all over. But what I thought he was going to call out is that when a man projects confidence within his masculinities and delineates roles that he would expect in a relationship, that the women would begin to run the other way. And it made me think back to that Tracy Ellis Ross interview. Woman who's in her 50s has to date younger because men her age or older ain't putting up with her feminist ass mindset. Let's continue.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
I know, and then they give me, and then when you actually say, well, how's that supposed to work? guy gonna figure it out. And then here's the funny thing: guys like run into these women at 40 years old, and they start asking slick ways. So are you on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube? Yeah.
Pocket check.
You ever watch any relationship or dating content? Yeah. You ever watch Kevin Samuels?
Uh-oh.
It's a certified hood classic.
Right.
All you want to do to piss women off is ask them if they watch my content.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's what our eyes do. They're like, holy shit. This
Uh-oh. He's gonna hold us accountable.
Watches Kevin Samuels?
Yeah. Hyenas.
I gotta go.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No dang.
That's what they do. Gentlemen, I have become your best line of defense. You want to screen a woman? All you have to do is say, oh, what kind of content do you watch online?
Yeah.
And if she says she does not watch me, go ahead and leave.
Holy shit, look at that rabid hyena just ripping this guy's nuts off.
If she doesn't watch my content, guys, what do you think that means? If she doesn't watch my content, or if she does watch my content and she has a problem with it, what do you think that means? What do you guys think that means? That means she's already pre-screened to not be one for you. Yeah. She's already pre-screened to not be one for you. So your godfather is out here doing work even when I'm not working.
It's so crazy to think that during this time, right, this is 3 or 4 years ago, and it's less so now because he's been gone now for 3 years, but this amount of time ago, he was the litmus test for the modern woman. You throw his name in a conversation, you can already pinpoint who's going to be the problem child, who you should never take serious, because you already know that their mindset is not one of somebody who holds themselves accountable, can put a mirror up to their face and change their actions, say, I'm sorry, or I was wrong in a situation. She most likely rejects the power of femininity in a woman and sees no need for it. You ask her what value can you deliver to a man within a relationship, and she has nothing to say, or she says that she is the table. They're not looking for leaders. They're not looking for men. Sometimes unbeknownst to them, they're looking for partners or men that act like they're homegirls.
I'm going to tell you a story about humanity.
Looking for partners or men that act like they're homegirls.
Do you watch Kevin Samuels content?
Holy shit.
Then you watch her talking to some beta boy over there, you be like,
holy shit, look at that rabid hyena.
He's popping off with the
you just
sound
walking
effects.
out like, God, I got no kids. She's over there free kids. And they're telling you it's all the men's fault. It's your fault. You hate your mama. You're undercover gay. Your mama black. Gentlemen,
sign language.
At 40 is when you start to live. And at 40,
start to win.
And look at you. You're average at best.
At 40, that's about as good as they can expect. Because every decade they lose a point. I want you to imagine a woman who's a straight up solid 9. An unadulterated 9 in college.
Holly Berry back in the day.
When she reaches age 30, she automatically drops to an 8. She drops to an 8 just by default. She drops to an 8 by default. And you know what happens? You go up. Men, we go up. Ladies go down. So you go up and she goes down. Then at 40, the woman who was a 9 now is an adjustable 6 at best. But are they dating that way? No, they're dating as if their value has gone up with their age, their debt, their weight, and their income in some cases. And what you do, gentlemen, is you just avoid these women. Guys, at age 40, you write a list of your absolute deal breakers, your non-negotiables. And it is my personal opinion, especially in your personal life, don't have women in your life that are not feeding your ego, who don't respect you on your terms. See, a lot of women, disrespect is not calling somebody their name. I said this when I was watching the Peep Network, and they were talking about some stuff that Kay does all the time. Kay is mad disrespectful, but she doesn't think she is, because calling somebody out of their name is a form of disrespect. But doing something people disapprove of, and you knowingly know they disapprove of it, and you can choose to not do it, is being provocative, which is being disrespectful. See, guys, we spend so much time and especially in Black community, we'll spend so much time debating and arguing with our women. We're just used to it. And we have to be the ones that stop. We have to be the ones that stop engaging women in the bullshit. Remember the whole OnlyFans Subway thing, or the whole what was that thing when I did with the 3 chicks at one?
I find that men that grew up in female-dominated households, ones where, you know, let's say it was them, they didn't have brothers, and it was a whole bunch of sisters or women, aunties, they generally would have more patience in dealing with conversations like that, unbeknownst to them, because there's a degree of over-mothering and under-fathering within that situation. It is normalized to them. So one of my boys went over to his house. Now, he's the only guy, right, like all women in his family. And he walks into the house, and all I could hear was cackle, scream. He's just walking through the house, talking to me like normal voice. And it's like, bro, you don't hear all of that? Like, they at each other's necks. You don't hear it? And it just, but because that family situation is his normal, it's like he's blind and deaf. Let's go.
You don't engage. It's not a debate. You're looking for women who are serious women, who are not just wanting to travel, have fun, this and such and so forth. So at 40, life begins for a man at 40. It's the best part of life. You still get the benefit of being a young enough man, but you are wise enough to get shit done. You got some gray hairs, and you know that you don't have to rush. It's good for a man who's done the right things. But if you haven't done the right things by 40, gentlemen, I suggest you get, if you're not
accelerated
60 hours, because this is where it shows up.
Yep.
Many of you guys are football fans, and you know the fourth quarter is where the work in the gym shows up, the road work, the conditioning. At 40 is where all this shows up.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
The road work, the conditioning. At 40 is where all this shows up. At 40 is where you start making distance between people. At 40 is what starts separating the men from the boys, as it were. Now, are you in a position to take advantage of that? Are you in a position to take advantage of your 40s? And that's the real question. A lot of guys aren't in a position to take advantage of their 40s. So what you need to do is look and say, do I have my wolf pack? Am I fit? Am I an athlete for life? Am I putting in my 60 hours? Am I doing all the stuff? Do I have my network together? Do I have my masculine image together? And this is one area where most men fail. Many men have all this stuff on their career, everything else, but you're still dressing like you dressed in college.
I feel like Kevin was talking directly to me when he was saying that. And you guys remember back in like 2019, man, I used to get on camera with a do-rag on. Hoodied up, do-rag on. All right. I mean, I was 33 at 32, 33 at the time, but still, I was a consultant at a major institution. I was doing my damn thing. There's no reason I should have been presenting myself like that within my image online. I remember when I linked up with Kevin and he took a look at my Jordans and he judged them. he judged them. And I know for damn sure if he judged me on my Jordans, he would have judged me on them damn orange wallabies that some of y'all fought for a couple of videos ago. But I digress. Well, about 40 years old, shit, I would even say years before that, you should figure out what's the masculine image that you want to present. I know mine is traditional masculine, all right? It has an emphasis on a much more classic look, understated look, not big, bright, bold colors or nothing like that, but it has an emphasis on quality, functionality, and tailored fits, right? So I'm wearing more neutral colors, not designs and everything on the things that I'm wearing, and focusing on well-made pieces. And Kevin may disagree with me on this, right? Because he was a Tom Ford guy, but I think you could pull off that look without breaking the bank.
Sorry, gentlemen, it won't work. Take off the damn graphic t-shirt, Jordans, jeans, and fitteds. Absolutely unacceptable. I saw somebody saying, white boys can grow their hair out and grow hair long, but black men gotta cut their hair, that's bullshit. Shut the fuck up. When our ethnic image tops in, we can start making rules. Until then, shut up. Stop being such a rebel. And play the game.
True.
See, as an image consultant, you don't come pay me
results.
to help you reconstruct your image just to do the same shit you did before. You dress for outcomes as a grown damn man. Now, on my channel, when I was becoming an image consultant, you can watch me try every style personality.
Yeah.
I went through times where I had plaids, colors, different textures, different patterns.
They were bad too, some of them.
Accessories, you know, and I sat down with my own image consultant after I learned the business. I'm like, okay, what is my style? Now you guys see, I have it down. But I left all of that up so you can see where the evolution came from. Go back over my channel and you can see a guy like you that just decided to do the work.
Yeah. There's a video on my channel, matter of fact, I'll link it down below, called The Evolution of Kevin Samuels, and it shows how he evolved over time. I took the time out to consolidate his different style profiles since he was on YouTube to show his evolution to what he found right here, and through the results that he received through the image that he was projecting, and then also him being so smart and being able to consolidate a lot of these different talking points, as complicated of talking points that they are, to distill them as easy as it was to listen to them, created the chaos that we all have come to know. Let's finish up.
Squire, GQ, Bachelor, okay? But what is your masculine archetype? Refined. That's somebody kind of like myself. The rogue or the rake? I've already described these. You can be a refined tiger, a rakish tiger, a rogue tiger. You can be a refined lion, a rakish lion, or a rogue lion. We don't deal with the hyena mindset male over here. Just like we don't entertain hyena mindset or mule mindset women. What we do with women like that is we avoid them. The only way we don't avoid them is if we can profit from it. The only reason we don't avoid women like that is if we can profit from that association.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tavern Keeper. In this game, you will become a tavern owner, managing your own cozy tavern, crafting fresh ingredients.
We can profit from that association.
Yeah.
Woo! I finished this week and I talked about the attorney, the realtor, this, the that, the averages, the averages.
Yeah.
I profit from the association from a lot of different things because I can better speak to it. But my ultimate goal is to make sure that you as a man, understand that some of you young guys want to get it all down in your 20s. You're not looking to realize about 40 is when it starts. At 40, you start living. At 40 is when you can decide to go, if you're a tiger, go get your Harley.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop the content right here, but I'm going to leave a link to this entire video down in the description box down below.
Just looking around my surroundings.
Started looking around, expecting for some man to walk up on her because she was lonely.
I look to the left. I see a black man with a white woman. I look to the right. I see a black man with a white woman.
Don't forget to mention you started hating. Let's keep continuing.
What do I see? What do I notice all at the bar? Single black women. So it got me to thinking. And don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with interracial dating. I don't. That's not what this is about.
Yes, you do, and yes, it is. Stop it.
Have black men like totally given up on black women?
Black men have totally given up on masculine black women. Understand the difference. Understand the difference, because what you're producing as a woman may not be, it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be more feminine if you want to attract a masculine man. If you want a man in your life, you have to be feminine. Take yourself into a mental hospital or therapy or wherever the think you need, because right now, bro, ma'am, lady, all I'm hearing is complaining, talking about, and like, dude, that's their life.
The brother ain't lying at all. At all. What we're hearing from our sisters is a constant complaint fest. And that's what we're going to get into today, my friends. This argument never ceases to amaze me. Yes, I'm married to a white woman, British white woman, 20 years. I've known her for 22 years. Yes, I've dated black women in the past. Yes, I have 5 black sisters. Yes, I'm from the Caribbean. Yes, I have witnessed women from all around the world. I am qualified to talk about this subject. Yes, my friends, welcome back to another session with the older man. So today we're going to talk about, and this one triggered me simply because I met a young Indian woman today who's actually visiting Dubai. She's from New Zealand. And here's the thing. So of course, I just always asked, are you single? And she wasn't bad looking, you know. She said, yes. I said, oh, okay. I can see that she's hitting her late 20s. And I said, so what happened? Why are you single? She says, oh, it's just not happening for me. It's just not happening. And she literally sounded like she had just given up. Like it wasn't in the cards. Like literally that was her words. It's just not in the cards. Wow. Okay. And I said, you know, this is what I do. You know, I help people with issues. And she said, okay. And she said, well, I don't know if you help me because I'm from India. Yeah. I said, yeah, well, relationships are relationships regardless of where they are. And then she proceeded to tell me that, you know, well, India has some very unique qualities of others. And I said, yeah, most cultures do. But in essence, core tenets behind all relationships is being able to get along with the opposite sex. And really, there is no big differences when it comes to the way males and females operate. The biggest problem that we're having in all societies is the infiltration of feminism. I said, that is a big problem in your country right now. She started to push back in the sense that, well, I mean, it was really bad when, you know, the traditional way where the men controlled the women because the woman never had money. The women never went out and earned their own money, so the men were, a lot of the men were abusive. I said, really? A lot? I said, you probably heard of the woman who got abused, but I can assure you, most of the women weren't abused. The ones that were abused, those are the ones that shout the loudest. That's why you heard them. The thing we've seen played out on the internet. The reason why the society is so bad now is because the people who have the bad agendas, they're the ones that shout the loudest. I said, you think the conservative view on relationships in Africa is any different from the conservative views in America? You think they're any different? I said, no. They were both conservative views, which was the men go out and work and the women stayed home and took care of the kids and took care of the home. Isn't that the same thing in India? Yes. I said, and now? And do you not think that that's the same thing in Africa, China, Japan? Everywhere in the world it's the same thing. So traditionally, we have all played the same gender roles around the entire globe. And the reason why it's like that in every single country around the globe, even though we've never interacted with each other, is because that was the most efficient and effective way to build a society. Can women go out and do male work? Yes. But was it an efficient use of the woman's time? No. Can men stay at home and actually take care of the kids and do the farming and pull the weeds and do all the nice stuff and create a home? Yes, he can. Is that the most efficient use of his time? The answer is no. It was only until feminism raised its ugly head and said, stop it. These are only gender roles. So what? Women can do that as well. We want to do that. And I said to her, this is the reason why we have problems in relationships all over the world. It's the same infiltration of this massive push to get women into the workplace and to convince women that that should be their primary role. And she had to agree. I said, so there's no difference between India, Africa, America, Alaska. It doesn't matter. The relationship problems are the same. She said, okay, I understand. And so now that you've heard that rant and it should be clear in your head, ladies, we now understand why we're here. But regardless of why we're here, we are here, and women are still freaking complaining, especially the black community, because the black women in our society are some of the most masculine women out there, because they're the ones that fell for the whole I'm a strong independent woman, I don't need no man. They're the ones that fell for that narrative more than any other race of women, and that is the reason why they're the lowest on the totem pole when it comes to dating choices, to the point where their own men choose not to marry.
Why do you believe that most white women marry up and minorities, black women marry up?
Because white women have been trained by their mothers to marry up. The man is supposed to take care of you. The man is the head of the household, where a lot of times, a lot of our sisters have been told that black men ain't shit. You feel what I'm saying? I can do it for myself. I made it on my own.
Do you think that is why?
pair of flat cons. Yo, we used to hoop all day in a pair of Timbs. We used to play basketball every day in a pair of Timberlands, yo. All day long. And not worry about nothing. Run all up and down the court. And then ride the bike home or walk home. It was not a problem. There's no problems at all. Yeah, you're right, yo. Now I want gear for everything that I do. I gotta cut that shit out. Waste of money. All I'm gonna do is wear that shit out anyway.
In society, it is sometimes deemed the angry black woman is more masculine, whereas you see a lot of brothers getting with white women because they're more submissive.
Did you see the NBA draft class this year? It's a bunch of high yellow brothers like me and him in that class. So what you think? Absolutely.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying. I love that expression. If you look at the statues in New York City right now.
Y'all mad about that statue up in New York, but a lot of your mamas look like that. Like, a lot of y'all aunts look like that. Like, when I saw that statue, I legitimately looked at it and I was like, Mary? Like, I legit thought somebody, like, did that with my aunt.
Hey, it's me, the statue, in the middle of Times Square. Although I do really appreciate y'all putting me in the middle of Times Square, y'all could have did me, you know, a better look. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is not go to the grocery store look. You know what I'm saying?
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right here in Denver. Inside this workshop, you'll learn you don't need to be a Wall Street...
A better look. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is not go to the grocery store look. You know what I'm saying?
You are average. You average just like that statue. Y'all are delusional. This statue controversy really showed how y'all don't really know what y'all look like. Y'all really be putting in somebody else's hair and forgetting what you look like. For some reason, you think you some Puerto Rican mommy, but you just an average looking black woman too. Alright? You put on that makeup and you forget what you look like when you wake up in the morning. That's what you look like. It's not when you add the lashes, the foundation, the liner, the lip gloss. That's not what you look like. What you look like is what you look like in your natural state before you put on the uniform. Before you put on all the stuff. When you don't have none of that stuff on, you're an average looking person.
It's the perfect image of the current state of black women. And the reason why so many black women are pissed off at it is because it shows the black woman in her rawest form. Her natural hair, you can see that she have no lashes, she's obese, she's overweight. And the problem is a lot of black women don't want to see the reflection of themselves. They only want to see the made up version of themselves, but not realizing that the black man has to see her in her rawest form, which is that statue. And that's what the black man do not want. He do not want a hyena, a big, aggressive individual who's going to bust his balls every single time he walks through the door. That's what black men have to deal with.
Why do black women feel so hurt when we see our black men with white women? Ladies.
I don't like to use the word hurt because I feel that puts too much weight on it. Personally, I am not that sad or affected when I see a black man with a woman of another race, unless he's very fine. And she's not what I really think is, you know, a good match. But I do question a lot of their choices because...
Isn't that unreal? She's only upset when the white woman or any other race is taking the man that she wants. It's all about me. It's all about me. It's so unbelievable how solipsism amongst the female race is so egregious out there in your face. It was a general question. I don't see it. In other words, it's all about just how I think. They cannot see for everyone else. They cannot generalize and look at the issues that are facing the entire society. That is a selfish nature that we need to stop with. Ladies, you need to stop that. We need to look at the society on a whole.
I think it hurts me as well, only because I see Black partnership as a Black investment back into our communities. And when you look at our families, you know, the first person you love is your uncle or your father, and you see this example of Black men and Black women loving each other, and to think that a Black man maybe like went through his life without wanting to build that same type of family, it can be very hurtful. And I do think there is this overarching belief that a lot of us are dating and marrying outside of our race. So far, I think it's 89% of the current men who are married are still married to Black women, but that does not acknowledge how that statistics has evolved over time, because these new brothers, they ain't doing what your daddy was doing back in the day. They on a new wave, which is a lot of times dating outside the race. Or
because Black women have gotten progressively worse. It's gotten to the point where you're unbearable, and men aren't taking that chance. Black men are no longer taking the chances with Black women. This is what you ladies gotta understand.
It's hard sometimes with conversations like these, and I think a reason a lot of Black women don't even like to talk about it publicly is because, like you said, you don't want to be labeled as angry or desperate. And I mean, I know personally, I don't want to frame my whole life like around the fact of whether or not some Black man opts to choose me or not. But I think it's valid to be able to say this is how we feel, because we're already Black women that exist in a world where we are not considered the standard of beauty. And then to have, you know, the men that look like you, and the men that you, like you said, you loved your uncles and your fathers and your brothers, and these men that you grow up thinking that you're going to choose and they're going to choose you back, are getting the same message that, their sisters and moms and cousins are great, but that's not who they're going to or necessarily choose or think are beautiful. So it's...
Ladies, you gotta understand how screwed up your minds are, because you all are in a bubble with each other. The beauty standards are not set by men. The beauty standards are set by you all. We have been screaming for decades, we want our natural woman back. We want our natural woman back. You're not listening to men when it comes to beauty standards. We keep telling you we don't want the weaves, we don't want the lashes, we don't want the nails. All of that money you guys could be saving, tens of thousands of dollars per year, could be saved by you, because men don't want it. We don't want it, but you keep delivering it. It is not our beauty standard, it's yours.
Girls, is it just me, y'all? Because every time I get my makeup done, I feel like it has to take a little time to sink in. Like,
I don't know what chess boxing is. All I keep thinking is boxing where you can't punch in the face. That's one thing that's coming to mind, but I don't necessarily know exactly what you're saying. Or exactly what the description of that form of boxing is. Is it really playing chess and then boxing? I mean, boxing is a form of mental and physical chess. You know, you got certain moves that you use during certain times, and you catch somebody off guard or on guard or parry, counter. Boxing is a chess match, mental chess. But I don't have nothing to equate the term with.
Need like 4 or 5 hours for me to start liking it. Like, is it too much, y'all? Should I take some off?
Take it all off.
What y'all think?
This mouse backpack is the best best I've ever used.
Introducing the mouse expert.
What y'all think?
What you're ignoring, what you fail to keep mentioning, is that it's your attitude that we don't like. The freaking attitude. This sense of I need to be in charge. I am superior to you. I don't need a man. You ain't shit. That is what we don't like. It has nothing to do with your looks. We want our natural women back. We keep harping on it. You don't listen. It's unreal when I listen to these women just echo each other back and forth. Yeah, true. Yeah. Ask a man. Get a freaking man on your panel and then ask him what he wants. Not one of these freaking beta men that are catering to you. Men that will tell you the truth.
Gee, let me guess. Another movie about a struggling black woman that can hardly make ends meet and doing the best she absolutely can to get by. Oh look, more pictures of a black woman in distress. Probably her getting laid off from her no good dead-end job on the right, and her dealing with being a single mother here on the left. And I can almost guarantee it's going to be some light-skinned man at the end of the film that wants to be her man, wants to provide for her. She gets her life together, she marries the light-skinned man, and they live happily ever after. Tyler Perry makes the same movie over and over and over and over again. His whole catalog is black women in distress, period. There's nothing to his movies except a black woman in distress every time. And he has become a billionaire off of displaying black women in distress in every situation.
Yeah, guess what? Just like the statue in New York City, you've heard the expression, art imitates life. Artists pulls on life and they display, whether it's in a statue or whether it's in a movie. The reality of it is, the majority of black women are struggling. A lot of black women are overweight. Art in the middle of Times Square. A lot of black women are living paycheck to paycheck. They spend their money on dumb shit. Even the ones that have college degrees have gotten stupid college degrees. A large majority of them are single moms. How can you be a single mom working a full-time job and expect not to struggle? Regardless of what job you have, you're going to be struggling. Because just trying to juggle between school, daycare, and at work on a daily basis and keeping the boss happy is a struggle. The majority of black women are single in that position. So when art imitates life, the mirror goes up and it triggers black women. Look at this black woman here.
Not eligible black males who fit the needs of black women. So black women are excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses. Black women are running circles around them.
A few moments later.
The Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020.
Y'all, they about to garnish our wages. As of May 5th, they're taking 15% of your wages towards student loans. Y'all, I've been ignoring student loans since I've been in school. If y'all know how much I owe in student loan, y'all would think I went to school to be a lawyer.
So let me get this straight. I'm independent. I don't need a man. I'm educated. These men are intimidated by a strong woman. After 5 years of not paying their student loan debt back, they have to pay it back. Any woman that is educated cannot throw their education in a man's face if she has not paid back her student loan.
Yeah, there you go. Reality of it is, where people are saying, yeah, what do you expect? Ask the landlord how he feels when he don't get his rent, he can't pay his bills, and he can't take care of his family. Ask him how he feels.
Why do you feel like men, especially NBA players, get with the white women? Is it because they're easy, quote unquote?
I got some theories, but I really want to hear it from you.
I do too. I want to hear it too.
I honestly think that ladies, they appreciate lady more and they apologize more.
Listen, I'm scared. Hold on. No, that's not. Hold on.
I mean, you know.
I had an interview with
don't mind being held accountable.
So Paul Pierce, I'm guessing is like an ex-NBA player, going to say that he thinks that ball players or black men in general prefer white women because they are not afraid to be held accountable and they apologize? Are we talking about the same clear women that yelled "great" in the movie Rosewood because her husband was beating her up and down the street and she was tired, so she blamed one of you niggas?
Ah, yeah, there we go. The common playbook. They will find one, two, couple of freaking white women or other races of women who do black men bad, and then make that the poster child for all black men having to leave any other race of woman alone. This is just common in the female playbook. It's not only black women. But the problem is we're talking about my race of people, right? My sisters, listen, you cannot take these examples and not look at yourselves. You have to focus on making yourselves better women in order to freaking attract your men. Because no other races of men are coming for you. This is the problem that you all don't see.
And if you are a stand-up black man with a private page right now, if you have a private page right now, and you are a stand-up black man, and you are somebody's husband, you are somebody's leader, you are somebody's father that they can depend on, you got your pants up, you got a belt on, you got a good, a good decent routine every day to take care of your family, I need for you to make content now.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adaptive, effortless. It doesn't replace your bed, it transforms it. Pod 5 with
it now. The reason why I need for you to make content is because the internet is oversaturated with a bunch of emotional weirdos. The internet is oversaturated, okay, with a bunch of black men up here that act like children. I need for you to make content. Some of these young black men need y'all. And it need to be more than just women that stand on business. I need for y'all to stand on business. I got a brother in my DM right now. Saying that he don't want to post because he want to keep his identity. He want to keep his identity private. Why? We are at a time where now we need more voices like me. We need people that's gonna lead. We're tired of the fucking Umar Johnsons. We're tired of these ninjas. We tired of them. We tired of these hypocrites. We need men to the forefront, please. We need y'all. Stop being scared to make content. Stop.
And I'm trying to encourage men, married men, men who are just normal guys, your average dude. And that's why I've actually started these group videos right now, because I want women to hear normal men speak. And you know what? I hate saying that word, like normal men, because it's hard to define what normal is for the internet. Because part of the internet is entertainment. The Omar Johnsons, the fresh and fit guys, these are the people who understand how to entertain, to keep people engaged. Your average guy, man, he's not into that. I'm not that entertainer. I'm not an entertainer. But I still have to have a certain amount of flair. I still have to learn how to express myself. Yeah, I want more men like me who are married, who have something intelligent to express with young men. But I'm not the exciting guy. That's the difference. I'm not that guy that's freaking out there throwing out these witty comments and shit that will to get people to share it and get engagement at that level. See, this is the world that we're in. We are in a world of entertainment where the average dude, the guy, the solid dude, the gentleman of the world, we don't need to be public. We don't need it. So those men, stay quiet. I don't need to do this stuff. But for me, I just feel like I need to contribute something back to society before I leave this earth. And I think a lot of men should start looking at it like that. You want to get started? Guys, let me know. Because I know a lot of you are following me. I can see the stats. So there's one more that sort of popped out at me. This one here.
The majority of you said you want a whole man in your life who can provide, keep, and protect, right? So here's the question. How can you have one when you get up every day trying to be the best man you can be?
Nope. I hope y'all are ready to call me or pick me in the comments. but I'm going to speak from a perspective that's going to help y'all out here. Because this is the problem that I have. Stop hearing from your emotional ears and actually hear what's being said. I understand that the word choice was probably poor.
No, they weren't poor. He said what he said. Women get up and they come out here looking to be the men that they want. They're acting masculine. Our black sisters were told that they should be strong and independent. A lot of them have concluded that they should be like men. That's what feminism have done. You don't need a man. You become the man. That's all the brother's saying. Let's hear a little bit more what she says.
What he is saying is there are certain characteristics, certain behaviors that a woman may display. We just had a woman that was just talking about being alpha. Let me hit that first. Stop telling people that you alpha, because I don't think y'all understand what that personality actually really is and what it comes with. Alpha is not you just being strong. You're being resistant. You're not collaborative when it comes to conflict. You have low perspective taking. So when we have conversations like this, if we want to actually stop the damn gender war, and excuse me if I get passionate, we have to be able to hear both sides right now. If there's a woman, because I deal with couples all the time and I see this, and this is a big problem, and this is why men don't speak on it, because they can't be heard on this. If you have a woman who is in a male-dominated field and she has to use most of her masculine traits, sometimes it is hard to turn it off at home. Even if she's not in a relationship, even in her own home, sometimes it's hard to turn it off. I deal with lawyers, I deal with women who are in analytical spaces all the time, and because their brains are still going, when they even get in their own space, they don't get to actually resonate in their feminine energy, as we always talk about. They don't get to pull up their feminine traits because they're constantly having to go. They're not practicing mindfulness and stuff like that. So when they do get into a relationship, it becomes something that is so ingrained. It becomes a default mode that they go in, and if you don't understand default modes and default strategies, you won't understand this conversation. There are some women who do go into these defaults and it automatically turns on. It's not on purpose. A lot of it is unconscious. Yes, I may say to myself, I want a man who can allow me to be feminine and provide this space. But if I am always in default mode, even if this man comes, I may still resist him. If I'm constantly having to be my masculine in work and stuff like that in home, and I haven't learned how to turn it off, he's going to face the masculine side of me.
Oh, I have the worst headache. Well, are you hydrated? That's what I carry this thing around for. Is there just water in there? No, it's
home, and I haven't learned how to turn it off. He's going to face the masculine side of me.
Yeah, and there lies the problem. She just summed it up nicely. Our black women are defaulting to their masculine self. And it's not like they can turn it off. They have become that. That's who they are. And most men, when they look at the black woman, all he sees is another man. It has nothing to do with this whole idea of beauty standards. This is how you skirt around any sort of accountability. It is your behavior. It is your masculine behavior. It is your rejection of your own men. It is your push for superiority. It is this constant fight to be in charge, to lead. You're outside of your natural order. You want a man, I've said it many times, you want a man who's a leader, but you don't want to follow. The definition of a leader is that you're going to follow him, but you'll find every excuse to tear that man down in order for you to take the position. That's the MO of the average black woman, especially in the Western Hemisphere. And that is simply due to feminism. The minute you get a higher degree, the minute you get a promotion at work, you start making more money in the business, you start to smell yourself, so to speak. In other words, get out of order. And then your man becomes less than you, and then the disrespect, the infidelity starts, and then eventually the divorce. Because you don't mind being a single mom, but that's what you've been conditioned to think.
Son, your father or your husband?
My son. I'm putting my son first. My father, then my husband. My son. And then my daddy. And then my husband. My son. My father, then my husband.
Why the husband last? Let me know something.
Because regardless, if me and him together or not, my daddy and my son gonna be there. So fuck it.
son, husband. Oh, my son, my husband, then my daddy.
My son, my father, and my husband, yeah.
Why y'all put husband last? Let me know something.
I love my daddy and I love my son. I can't. I birthed my son. Why wouldn't he be first? And my daddy, like, man, it's my daddy. Come on, you my husband, son, father. So I feel like if I get married, my husband is supposed to be like the head of the house. That's supposed to be, the leader or whatever.
And you have never seen nuclear families growing up, so single momship is perfectly okay for you. That's what we're dealing with in the black community. I'm just calling it out, man. How do you solve it? Get off your high horses, find an average guy on your level, take off the makeup, take off the freaking Wolverine nails, take off the fake eyelashes, stop with the BBL, save your money, work with a man, an average man on your level, find him, work with him, submit yourself, he will lead and you follow accordingly. You work with your man. Nothing else to it. So my friends, I'm going to leave it there. Listen, these things happen in all races of people, but I prefer to speak on my race. I leave it up to the Indians to talk about their problem.
Yep, we talking about our shit. Let them talk about their own shit. I'm not working up on purpose.
To our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Mina. Here it is. Hi, I'm a big fan of your deodorant and I'm a student at University of Detroit Mercy. In my microbiology lab class, we swabbed our armpits to see what will grow on a petri.
Or the deal of the year. Check out the neighborhood in the folks today. I'm in Fayetteville, Georgia. You have the stats on it, so what I want y'all to do is guess in the comments on what y'all think the price of this house is. I'm not gonna say it to the end of the video. I'm not even gonna tell you if it's luxury or none of that to the end of the video. I want y'all to guess on what y'all think the price of this house is. But I first began with this house because it was a girl who reached out to me on Instagram. Came out here and looked at it last year. Last year it was, well, they had a lien on it and they had a squatter. So the price was lower than what it is right now. I can guarantee y'all gonna be wrong on the price, but the price was lower than what it was now because of the squatter and the lien. But she ended up not being able to get it at the time. Then it just popped back up on the market like a month ago. But this house is 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bath, 3,915 square feet, 7.1 acres, and it has a 2,400 square foot unfinished basement. And this house played stucco, 3-car garage. Yeah, real nice built house. The windows, they're not